Members, we're a few short of a quorum. Members, please come. We're a few short for a quorum.
The House will come to order. Members today pledge will be given by Matthew Hess. He is the 12th grader and the member of Breakthrough Type 1 Diabetes Organization. He is the guest of Representative Travis.
Pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for your loving kindness and goodness, and for the opportunity to be gathered in this chamber today. Thank you for the progress we've made towards a cure, and I ask for your blessing on the research and breakthroughs being made. I thank you for the support of the Alabama legislature to this cause. I trust in your provision and support in the future when type 1 diabetes no longer exists. In the name of the Father, amen.
Amen. Member State Pledge of Allegiance led by Meg Gentry. She is a 4th grader and is also a member of Breakthrough Type 1 Diabetes Organization. And she is the guest of Representative Travis.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Albright, Baker, Barnes, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Grinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Crow, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Holt Jones, Hollis, Holsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Myricks, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Stodhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Witt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood R, Yarborough.
Said new members answer roll. The quorum is present and the House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes Representative Travis for special recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we had the opportunity to celebrate the resilience and courage of individuals and families affected by diabetes. I move that we suspend the rules for flow privileges for members of Dr. Gentry family, Matthew Hess family, and Representative Stubbs family.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is approved.
All right. First, I would like to present Ms. Meg Gentry, who just led in our pledge. I ask the clerk read House Resolution 10 at length, please.
Clerk, read resolution.
Whereas, in a desire to acknowledge and commend young Alabamians who have overcome great adversity to achieve exceptional accomplishments, it is with great pride and pleasure that Ms. Meg Gentry of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, is recognized for her efforts to spread awareness in the community about type 1 diabetes. And whereas Meg Gentry is the 9-year-old daughter of Brant and Brittany Gentry, and currently a 4th grader student at Verner Elementary School in Tuscaloosa. And whereas in January 2022, Meg was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, a lifelong autoimmune disease requiring daily insulin therapy and careful blood sugar management. And whereas despite this diagnosis, Meg has shown remarkable determination and positivity, using her experience to educate others and promote early awareness and prevention of serious complications. And whereas in October 2025, Meg Gentry emailed Mayor Walt Maddox of Tuscaloosa, advocating for the city's lights to be turned blue in recognition of World Diabetes Day. Her wish was granted, and the city illuminated local landmarks in blue, the global color for diabetes awareness, on November 14th, 2025. Meg was subsequently recognized by the mayor and the local Breakthrough T1D chapter for her efforts to raise community awareness. And whereas Meg is supported by her family and friends in her advocacy efforts, and her fundraising team, known as Meg's Mania, raises funds and awareness for the type 1 diabetes community and critical research initiatives. And whereas, indeed, Meg Gentry is deserving of the highest commendation for her dedication to raising awareness and funds for type 1 diabetes research, and her accomplishments bring great credit to herself, her family, her community, and the state of Alabama. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that Ms. Meg Gentry is hereby most highly commended and congratulated for her outstanding advocacy and dedication to increasing awareness of type 1 diabetes. And this resolution is presented to her as a lasting tribute to her exemplary character and achievements.
Mr. Speaker, I also would like to present Matthew Heiss, who just led us in our prayer. He's also an ambassador for type 1 diabetics, and he has really done a great job, and I want to ask that you also read the resolutions that's presented for him.
Okay, let's adopt the first resolution first. Let's do that. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Any opposed? It is adopted. Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Whereas, in a desire to acknowledge and commend young Alabamians who have overcome great adversity to achieve exceptional accomplishments, it is with great pride and pleasure that Mr. Matthew Caleb Hess of Birmingham, Alabama is recognized for his efforts to raise awareness within the community about type 1 diabetes. And whereas Matthew Hess is 18 years old and currently a senior at Briarwood Christian School, he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 8. And whereas Matthew understands the demanding and unrelenting nature of T1D, and from that understanding, he has become a dedicated advocate, using his personal experience to educate others and promote early awareness in order to help prevent serious complications. And whereas, in addition to personal outreach, Matthew advocates publicly through fundraising initiatives, speaking engagements, and legislative advocacy, including meeting with congressional staff from the offices of members of the United States Congress. And whereas, indeed, Matthew Hess is deserving of the highest commendation for his unwavering dedication to raising awareness and funding for type 1 diabetes research, and his accomplishments bring great credit to himself, his family, his community, and the state of Alabama. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that Mr. Matthew Caleb Hess is hereby most highly commended and congratulated for his outstanding advocacy and dedication to increasing awareness of type 1 diabetes. And this resolution is presented to him as a lasting tribute to his exemplary character and achievements.
Move for adoption of the resolution.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Thank you. Then I also am proud to hear, I became aware of type 1 diabetes from my colleague, Representative Stubbs, who sits next to me, because his son have it. And then Meg Gentry is the daughter of my dentist, Dr. Gentry, and he was the one who made me and really brought my a greater awareness of the problems and the situation dealing with type 1 diabetics and the problems that exist in Alabama and how it's become one of those things that we're not familiar. I myself am a diabetic type 2, and so I could appreciate it, but didn't understand type 1 and how it is recognized early in a child's life and it's how it's something to deal with. We really want to make sure the state of Alabama has an opportunity to work to come up and support some way to have a cure for this type of situation that occurs in our state. Now, I would like to have remarks by Dr. Gentry, Representative Stubbs, and all the references to this item. Dr. Gentry. And Dr. Gentry is one of those things I have to give him to him. He's an Auburn man, so he graduated from Auburn University.
Dr. Gentry.
War Eagle from Tuscaloosa. There's not many people that say that at all, but thank
You
you.
did
for
have three
having-
people in here clapping for you when they said that.
Thank you for having us. Diabetes is something that we did not know about, that we did not want in our house. When my daughter got diagnosed 4 years ago, Sunday, it was a blow. Everything was kind of going perfect in our lives, and then we got this diagnosis. And so thanks to Children's Hospital helping us at the very beginning, and then Breakthrough T1D, we've got the representatives up in the gallery, but they have been there from day one, and then the diabetes community is strong. And that's just kind of what we want to do, is we want to be advocates for people that have been newly diagnosed. And as you know, you have to check your blood sugar every second of every day. You have to know what's going on. So it's difficult, but Meg's a champ. She does great. And just healthcare-wise, there's a lot of technology. It costs a lot of money. We're privileged and fortunate that we have enough money to pay for our care, but there's a lot of people in the state that don't. So anything that you could do to help with continuous glucose monitors, you'll hear that term a lot, or pumps or anything like that, that would be great, because the technology is there that helps so much. Just in the past 4 years, it's come a long way. So anything that can be done from this house to help with people that get diagnosed, that would be greatly appreciated.
Members, I'll be brief. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with my colleagues as we recognize and understand what type 1 diabetics go through. Also something I was not familiar with. Our family was not. Ben is our youngest of 4 children. He's our only child that still lives at home, and we went through this in 2021. And what I will say and leave with you is we spend a lot of time talking about children and education, and at times we hear people say that children don't know how to work, they aren't willing to work, they aren't willing to do all of these things. I can tell you that these 3 young people right here are the most resilient people that you'll ever meet because of the challenges that they face. Not challenges that they chose, but challenges that they nonetheless are willing to put forth every effort to overcome, and to live a life that they can play sports, participate in activities, and do all of these other things. So as you look at young people, we never really know what they're going through. We never really know the challenges that they face. But I believe in young people, and these 3 are a testament of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we read House Joint Resolution 12 at length and move for adoption also.
Mr. Clerk?
Whereas in Alabama, more than 553,000 individuals are living with diabetes, and an estimated 1.3 million individuals, representing 34.6% of the adult population, have prediabetes, a condition that significantly increases the risk of developing type 2 diabetes. And whereas the lifetime risk of developing type 2 diabetes is approximately 40% for adults in the United States, and each year, an estimated 41,000 adults in Alabama are newly diagnosed with diabetes. And whereas type 1 diabetes accounts for about 10% of all diabetes cases, meaning that roughly 60 to 70,000 Alabamians are likely to live with type 1 diabetes, which is often diagnosed in childhood or young adulthood. And whereas research demonstrates a rising trend in type 1 diabetes diagnosis among Alabama's youth, and this disease places a significant burden on individuals and families due to serious health risks. And whereas individuals with diabetes incur medical expenses that are approximately 2.6 times higher than those without diabetes. And whereas with proper education, management, and treatment, individuals with diabetes live healthy, productive, and fulfilling lives. And whereas individuals throughout the United States observe American Diabetes Month in November. And whereas the legislature of Alabama is committed to celebrating the resilience and courage of individuals and families affected by diabetes. And whereas we express our gratitude to the dedicated medical professionals, caregivers, loved ones, and advocates who support and serve the diabetes community. And whereas, during the month of November, we encourage all Alabamians, school systems, nonprofit organizations, healthcare providers, and other interested groups to engage in activities that promote diabetes awareness and support the prevention, treatment, and management of this disease. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that November 2026 is declared to be Diabetes Month in the state of Alabama, and its observance is hereby commended to all residents.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Travis. We'd like to recognize some guests in the gallery. Lee Johnson from Baldwin EMC, Stephen Sullivan, Riviera Utilities. They're the guests of the Baldwin County delegation. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objection, the absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 6th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 6th legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we have tomorrow at 12:15, at 1:45, and at 2:30 tours of the new State House. That's it. No more tours after that. So if you have not seen the State House and you would like to go, get with my clerk, Michelle. All right? Tonight, the Capitol Commission Bible, well, that's 11 a.m., sorry. Alabama State University legislative reception is tonight. The Nest at ASU Stadium at 1525 Harris Way, Montgomery, Alabama. The Nurse Practitioner Association of Alabama has a legislative reception from 6 to 9 at Ravello's. And tomorrow, the Alabama Port Authority has a legislative information reception from 5 to 7 at Ravello's. And anybody that can hear my voice, if you do not register your reception with the clerk of the House, it will not be announced here on the floor. If you want to have a reception from the members, it must be announced. It must be registered with the clerk of the House.
Mr. Pro Tem, you're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move we adjourn today. We'll leave the journal open and allow the clerk to complete his paperwork, and that we reconvene on Thursday, January 29th at 9 a.m.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion prevails. The clerk will now receive reports of standing committees and receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. The clerk will call the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 297 by Representative Jackson, relating to Monroe County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 53 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 297. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 297 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 56, a constitutional amendment by Senator Woods relating to Walker County.
Tim, you got this bill in the House. Okay, who's got this CA for Woods, Senator Woods? Mr. Clerk, we're going to carry both these bills over. No, we're going. Let's go on. Is there anybody here that represents that district? Okay, we'll carry it over till we find out what's going on in it. Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Levering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 54 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
Clerk, call first bill on special order calendar.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 41 by Representative Simpson relating to crimes and offenses.
Thank you for the recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to you now with HB 41. This is a simple bill. And it's a bill that we passed 86-5 last year. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Child predator death penalty bill. Child predator death penalty bill. Death penalty for rape and sodomy for under the age of 12. Oh, let's do it.
Thank you for the recognition. Well, gentlemen, yield.
Yes.
I know people probably expecting us like fist fight or something.
I tell people all the time, you and I get along great. You're one of my best friends in the house. We just disagree on stuff.
So this is obviously one of those things we've disagreed on.
Mm-hmm.
We had a pretty good conversation about it in judiciary, and obviously I have several issues with the bill, and I think primarily I know that you're probably going to have a problem with what I'm about to say, but the bill fundamentally is unconstitutional as written.
As decided by the courts in Kennedy versus Louisiana.
Yes. So yes, when the Supreme Court says something is unconstitutional, it is in fact unconstitutional. We can argue about semantics, but this one is one of those that's unconstitutional.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And there's a test that they apply in these cases.
Mm-hmm.
It's cruel and unusual punishment.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the things that you mentioned in the past is the unusual part of it is that not many places do it.
Correct.
So the argument is we're going to add more states to this list, and then it'll ultimately become usual.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But the other part of that test is cruel.
Mm-hmm.
and there are many elements to the cruel part, but one of the cruel parts of it was the discussion about traditionally, the death penalty is reserved for crimes where the death, where the victim.
Correct.
And part of that discussion is it's not part of our traditions or norms or the culture to put people to death unless they've murdered someone, intentionally taken someone's life.
Mm-hmm.
And I think practically there are many reasons for that. And, not necessarily, because I understand, when we're talking about someone who's abused a child, who's raped a child, who's sodomized a child, who's sexually abused a child, we're talking about an awful, awful person.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you may have said this before, that somebody you felt like needed to die.
Some people need killing. Yeah.
Some people need killing. Man, that's tough. But I just don't think I don't think we have the ability to make that decision. We don't get to determine who lives or dies in that way. That's just how I fundamentally believe.
Mm-hmm.
But also, my main concern is about the victim in these cases. And I know when you mentioned this earlier, you mentioned that the death penalty being on the table is an option.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not going to be the death penalty applied in every case. But it itself being an option, to me, disincentivizes a victim coming forward. And the reason I say that is because you got situations like what happened in Bibb County where this is a person that was abusing somebody that they were not familiar with. They were just, they were being sexually trafficked and they were abused.
Sometimes it was the parents that were actually kind of, I hate to say it, but making scheduled appointments for other individuals to come in there.
Awful people.
Awful.
No question about it, no debate about that.
Mm-hmm.
But what about the cases where the victim and the perp are related?
Mm-hmm.
It could be the father, it could be the mother, the aunt, the uncle, the coach, the pastor, the Boy Scout troop leader, somebody that the victim actually loves and trusts, which is probably why the situation that the perpetrator used that to take advantage of the victim and exploit them because of that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be very difficult in that situation to talk to that victim and say, we want you to proceed and prosecute this case when the death penalty is on the table, because you'll ultimately be asking the victim to put someone to death that they love. So the likelihood is that they participate in a prosecution that will kill, that could potentially or have their father or their mother or their aunt, uncle, coach, pastor, whatever, executed, to me, means that it's less likely that that victim will come forward and participate in that prosecution. That's just my opinion. And for me, this isn't executing the defendant and killing the defendant, to me, is not nearly as important as what's left of the victim's life after being abused. And for me, the victim and their life and how they move on from this will be further hindered by the fact that I may not come forward because the person that abused me, I'll participate in a decision that puts them to death. Or ultimately, if you get to that point where you have a trial and the victim is testified and the person is convicted, well, at that point, the death penalty means not that we're going to execute that sentence swiftly, but that person will likely go on and live for 10 to 15 more years, because that's what generally happens in we have people who've been on death row for 15, 20 years.
They've been on death row for a lot longer than 15 or 20 years.
But that means that every time a hearing comes up, every time a motion is filed, every time an appeal goes forward, that the victim will once again be notified and have to relive what just happened.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, this isn't necessarily about seeking revenge or being vengeful or a form of justice where the defendant has to die. This is more important to me because I want to make sure that whatever life the victim decides to live on, there is some closure there because he's convicted. He will never get out of prison with life without parole. And now I don't have to carry the burden of not only being abused by that person, but also being responsible for that person's death.
Do you see a difference in life without parole and the fact that somebody will be behind bars until their death? And you're saying that a victim would have a harder time and see a difference in saying that? Because currently the law is under the age of 6, it's life without the possibility of parole, which is behind bars, they will not get out of bars, they leave prison in a casket, which is what this bill does too. So I don't see the difference in what you're arguing.
Because in that situation, the victim is not involved in the decision of whether or not that person lives or dies. And I think the hardest part of that, because we always talk about the victim and being concerned about the victim and how important the victim is to us and whether or not we prosecute this person. In this situation, ask yourself, my pastor, my father, my mother, or whoever abused me for however many years, and I mustered up the courage to go talk to the prosecutor and law enforcement, and I told them that this person has abused me. Can you imagine the next step of that conversation is, well, since you told me that, let me offer you the range of punishment on that case. The range of punishment is this person, if convicted, could serve their life without parole and never get out, or ultimately, you could make the decision to put that person to death. If that person has already borne the burden and the abuse and the trauma from the abuse, aren't we as a state re-victimizing that person and multiplying that trauma and abuse by also asking them to participate in the execution of the person that they love?
No.
I mean, that's just my opinion.
No, I thought you were asking a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
I know we disagree.
Right.
We had a great conversation about it, but I disagree in the sense that it's already very difficult to get people to come forward and participate in these prosecutions. I just think that adding the death penalty to that conversation will create a hurdle that will be almost insurmountable. And again, it's unconstitutional. Somebody is going to have to try it first before we can do something with it, which means that the decision ultimately is not going to rest with the family as much as it's going to rest with the prosecutor who decides that I want to pursue the death penalty in this case. But anyway.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Calhoun, Representative Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I just want to tell you thank you for bringing this bill. I'm honored to be co-sponsor. I think some things are worse than murder. And
you've been very advocate for this from day one. You've been very passionate about this issue. I thank you for your support, and I thank you for coming out on board and helping every way you can with this bill.
Yes, sir. Keep fighting. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes.
Question, and I'm seeking clarity on a few things on this. And so help me understand, of the cases that have been ruled unconstitutional that deals with this particular issue, what's different about this piece of legislation that we believe will not be marked unconstitutional, will not be ruled unconstitutional? And if we're trying to solve the problem, which I agree with you, the crime should be held to the fullest extent of the law. However, for me, I think that fullest extent of the law in this particular case should be life without. And so I think we agree that there should be a very stiff and aggressive punishment. However, I think that given that cases that have been brought before the Supreme Court that deals with this issue has been ruled unconstitutional, then are we actually solving the problem? Are we trying to, and what's different about this particular piece of legislation that we think that it won't be ruled unconstitutional? Because then at that point we're back to a Class A felony, which is up to life. but it does not include life without. So help me understand. I'm not an attorney, so I'm just trying to understand exactly, is this going to actually solve the problem, or is this an attempt that's a part of an overall strategy nationally to try to get the Supreme Court to give a different ruling than they've been giving in previous years?
So to answer the last part of your question, currently under Alabama law, if a child is under the age of 6 when this occurs, life without the possibility of parole is an option for this offense, for the first time you commit the offense.
Just 6 and under.
Just 6 and under is life without the possibility of parole. The second answer to kind of the original purpose of what you talked about, the Supreme Court has ruled, and their basis of their ruling was that it was unusual and it violated the Eighth Amendment's cruel and unusual punishment. One of the quotes that they said in their opinion was a consistent direction of change in support of the death penalty for child rape might counterbalance an otherwise weak demonstration of consensus, but no showing of consistent change has been made here. So what they said was, at the time, there were only 6 states that had the death penalty for child rape back in 2008. They said that based on that, it was unusual punishment because not enough states had that punishment to go through. They said if there was a showing of other states that had this punishment to go through, then that could potentially be a charge for what you have. In 2023, the state of Florida passed this bill where it was, you can have death penalty for child rape, for child sodomy, and for sexual torture of a child under the age of 12. That was passed in 2023 in Florida. In 2024, Tennessee passed this bill. In 2025, Idaho, Oklahoma, and Arkansas passed this bill. So what this is showing is there is more states, so it's no longer unusual. There are more states to show this consensus and the moving forward.
And are we certain that the terminology, when they say that it's unusual, did they define exactly? Did they say because a number of states don't have this particular law on the books, does that actually mean that, is that defining unusual?
I believe it does. I believe when they specifically said a change of support in the death penalty for child rape might counterbalance this. I think when they use the argument that they've gone in Kennedy that said, they talked about only 6 states would have done this. I think the Supreme Court has been wrong in the past. And I think once the Supreme Court has been wrong in the past, those cases do get overturned. I think you'd agree with me, the Supreme Court was wrong, and the worst decision they ever made was the Dred Scott decision. I think you'd agree with me that the Supreme Court was wrong in the Plessy versus Ferguson separate but equal decision that they've had. And what we're going through is we have to show the Supreme Court gets cases wrong, and based on that, we can come forward and go through that.
Now, Matt, I certainly, I can agree with you on the criminal side, but those other cases, I don't think you're comparing apples to apples on this. And so I will tell you, I don't think we want to go down that road. I think we got a pretty good relationship, and I want to maintain that.
And I want to keep that. You're right.
And so I think for me, when looking at unusual does not define the actual number of states that a piece of legislation like this will be passed. They didn't give a number. And unusual in this sense, is it over the 30 states? Is it 40 states? Well, based upon the makeup of the state legislatures around the country, you'll never get to that number of states that's passing this piece of legislation. And so I think for me, if we're responding to, I would say, the Bibb County situation that happened last year, I don't necessarily believe that this is the vehicle to get us there, to get the Supreme Court to change their mind. I think that if we're truly passionate or feel empathy for the victims, right? I think that if we're passing something that deals with life without, I think that it gets us to actually putting the highest punishment possible without death, right? Without a death penalty, using a death penalty. If there was a case where life without was kicked out from the Supreme Court on a case similar to this, then I would have a different stance on this, right? But I think that for us, looking at how the children were impacted by this, I think that looking at a life without, because I think we're on the same plane, but I just would rather pass law that's going to withstand the mustard. not pass a push legislation that's going to be ruled unconstitutional and not enforceable. And so I think for me, if we're truly concerned about the victims here, we have to look at some other factors, right? For example, I think in one of your committee meetings, they mentioned about the victim being afraid to come out as a result of that. I don't know that to be true, but I'm just saying let's look at all the dynamics. You and I want to both punish the person that does this, any person. But I think that for me, I would rather do it to where there is no possibility of it being ruled unconstitutional versus taking the chance of it being unconstitutional. For me, I'm not interested in headlines. I'm interested in solving problems. And I think that in this case, I don't see a way to really solve the problem if, in fact, you said there are how many other states that did that? You said 6 states.
Prior to
it.
Prior to it.
And then there are some other southern states that actually passed some additional laws. And so how many states are we up to now?
Right now, we are up to 5 have passed since. There were 6 that passed before. I don't know if they've repealed theirs or not. You'd have to look at the individual states to go through.
So we could be below 6.
Well, we're at least up to 5 that have it now to go through.
So you're saying 5 states out of the entire country, and we somehow think. So I guess I'm after, what are we actually trying to do here? Like, I want to solve the problem.
Right. Okay.
All right. And I want to do something that's constitutional, but also has the stiffest punishment possible. Right. And I just don't think that. I think what's going to happen is we're passing a piece of legislation to keep it like it is. That's what we're doing, because it's going to be marked unconstitutional. And so we're pushing legislation that's going to revert back to a Class A felony, which is up to life, right? It's not life without.
Well, hold on, because
it's not a capital. It's not a capital case.
But there's a clause in this for rape and sodomy and sexual torture of a child under the age of 12, that if under the age of 6, that life without the possibility of parole is on the table, currently in the law as it is now.
No, I thought you said earlier that it was life
without the possibility of parole.
Okay, so now, so it doesn't go up to 12.
It only goes up to 6 as it is
So
currently.
your bill deals with 12 and under, basically.
My deal deals with 12 and under. If you remember last year, I filed the bill as under 6.
So when it's marked unconstitutional, we'll be back to the 6 and under, not the 12 and under.
I don't believe it's going to be charged unconstitutional. That's where we disagree.
Okay.
I think.
All right, let's do this then. If it's marked unconstitutional, then you will foot the legal bill.
I'm sorry, what?
You will personally pay for the legal expenses for the state if it's marked unconstitutional.
No, I have not. I mean, I'm a taxpayer citizen, so I mean, I guess if you want to say we're using taxpayer money to go
No,
through,
we're using Matt
but
Simpson's money.
We don't have a lot of money to talk about here.
That's what I'm saying. We're coming up here with all these different scenarios trying to solve a problem when actually we're not trying to solve the problem.
We are trying to solve
Solving the problem is life without.
I disagree.
I'll tell you what. If it's not marked unconstitutional, I'll pay the legal fees.
Okay.
And if it is, you pay the legal fees.
I've already talked to the Attorney General of the state of Alabama. He's supportive of this bill, and he's ready to fight. Some things are
he's
worth
also
paying
running
for.
for office, too, so I don't care what people say that's trying to run for office.
Some things are
It
worth
doesn't
paying
matter to
for.
me.
Some things are. I don't have your kind of money. I can't come back and do this.
No, you can have it. You know, you got a retirement. We can take it from your retirement. So if we really want to solve the problem, let's do it.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Gidley, will be the 4th person to speak on the BR.
Matt, I appreciate it. I'll be very brief. You know, I believe in grace and mercy of all means to the fullest extent, but also agree we've got to do everything we can to protect our children. And I believe that's what you're trying to do here, is to create a scenario here where we can make sure that as few children as possible are injured, and understand when they are injured in this way, it is a life sentence for them. Most of them never, ever get over it the rest of their lives. So appreciate your bill and hope we can get it through.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 77 ayes, 10 nays. The BR has passed. Mr. Chairman.
With that, I move for final passage.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Tillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simpson, I have a few questions and concerns about your bill. I can understand and see what you're attempting to do right here. Any one of the crimes that are listed are heinous crimes. And for a person who has been convicted of said crimes, they deserve the appropriate punishment that they receive. So would you agree with that?
Anyone that could be punished should be punished to the maximum possibility of the law. Yes.
Absolutely. So, and I do know that when we're talking about the Supreme Court ruling in Kennedy versus Louisiana, there is also an element talking about proportionality, correct? So when you have a crime that did not take a life, the Supreme Court stance is that typically is a life for a life. Is that correct?
That is what they've argued, yes.
Yes, so that's the ruling body of the United States. That's exactly what they argue, correct?
It's not exactly, they didn't specifically strike it out and say based only because the punishment was not a life taken because a life was taken. They talked about the unusual aspect of it. The rationale and the dictate that the Supreme Court used is the basis of why we're challenging this. It's not just because I've decided, hey, it's unusual because I said, it's unusual because that's what they said in their opinion for what they had to go through.
Yes, which is also the person and the people that create and really determine what our laws are constitutional or unconstitutional throughout this country, correct?
Yes, but they've been wrong.
Of course, I agree with that. When you say they've been wrong, there's a number of cases that I would say are wrong as well. For example, Citizens United. I think that's a wrong case. I think that's a wrong ruling as well. Would you agree with that?
I'm not going to agree with that one.
Well, I do think that we're having an issue with the proportionality as far as the punishment. I do believe that a sex offender should be punished. And I do not think that that person should go free. And I think they should receive the harshest punishment is allowed. So I do have an amendment, and I'm hoping that you will take and consider the amendment to be a friendly amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 41 by Representative Tillman.
Representative Tillman, you care to explain your amendment, please?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is kind of mimicking what Leader Daniels was saying. So we replaced line 160 through 163 on page 6 with the following. A3 shall be life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. So instead of using the death penalty, we're going to say life in prison without the possibility of parole. And that's for all three of the charges, all three, the rape, the sodomy, the sexual torture.
Okay, the sponsors heard the explanation of the amendment. How do you view it?
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Speaker.
No, I said, how do you view the amendment?
I view this as an unfriendly amendment, and I move to table the amendment.
Okay, the gentleman is asked to table the amendment. Clerk will unlock the, if you're for the amendment, it would be yes to table the, no, I'm sorry. Let me get this right. So if you are for the amendment, you're asked to table it. So we would vote yes to table the amendment and no not to table it. So clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Hold on. If you're for the amendment, you would vote no. If you're against the amendment, you would vote to table it, which would be a yes vote. Okay. Yes to table is what I would ask.
Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 75 ayes, 26 nays. It has been tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
And
gentlemen.
let me ask. Oh, that's it, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Representative Easterbrook.
Representative Gill,
Yes, sir.
I'm completely in favor of this bill. I believe we should execute them and execute them quickly. The problem I have with the capital punishment bills that we have, laws that we have, is the time that it takes to execute them. A lot of these laws were written back before you had DNA testing. You didn't have video cameras everywhere, security cameras, phone cameras, DNA evidence. If you have DNA evidence, or it's on video, or you have multiple eyewitnesses, we need to do what we can to shorten the appeal process also. I mean, like the punk that shot the sheriff in Lowndes County a few years ago, there was 30 witnesses in the parking lot. He's still breathing today, and he shouldn't be breathing today. There's no doubt that he was guilty. And it's the same with these, where they're raping these children. If there's DNA evidence of it, 30 days after his conviction, he ought to be executed. So, I'm not a lawyer, an attorney, so I don't know what the reason is for all of the appeals process and the time, but we will spend 30 years trying to execute somebody. At a cost of $80,000 a year, that's $2.5 to $3 million per inmate. That could be used for education, or it could be used for teacher pay raises. It's time we eliminate the time period that is required to actually execute somebody. Thank you for your bill. I fully support it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you for the recognition. Listen, I don't think that, first of all, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I've been, it's been a weekend and everybody was dealing with the weather, and I've been dealing with witches, warlocks, demons, and devils. So with that being said, that's what I've been dealing with. But I'm here and I'm gonna be here. But at the end of the day, I rose. Listen, I had a bill that I had started drafting that dealt with elected officials. I don't think anyone has come before me to say that they do not understand the severity of a crime against a child. My thing is, I've said all along, and I've said this over a number of years, and if it's proven that that person is guilty, I've said day one, castration, whatever it takes, we deal with it. But I didn't just rise today because of this, and I had to make a correction because I want you to leave out, because the media is going to write a story that you said that you were in favor, or that you felt that there was a mistake in several key pieces of historic legislation, and I'm not going to let you leave the podium unless I make sure that we are clear, and that was the Dred Scott decision.
I said that they were wrong in that decision.
But you said they were wrong.
I said they were wrong. The Supreme Court was wrong in that decision.
That the Supreme Court was wrong, because I thought what I heard, and I guess because it goes out that they were wrong. Well, the Dred Scott decision, not just Dred and then Plessy.
I said they were wrong in that one too.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I said, well, wait a minute now. I want to make sure that Representative Simpson is not saying that he agreed with the court on those two decisions, and especially.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
they were wrong.
Listen, I'm like this. I'm going to come straight to the person. And, we all have our quirks, and whether we be Republican or Democrat, and everybody has their beliefs about this and that. I just have worked with you on different things in the off season with regards to legal issues, or whenever I've called you for some help down on that end. And so I just wanted to make sure that I didn't hear it the wrong way, or it wasn't interpreted that way.
I appreciate you letting me clarify to make sure that was.
Well, I wanted you to clarify it. I think you need to clarify it.
You love clarity.
Yeah, well, I did. I'm going to do my best. I try my best to do that now. I'm not going to lie on you, for you, to you, or about you. And if I have something to say, I'll come to you. And before I take it back, I'll add more to it. But with that being said, there is much consternation about this bill. And there are some that are torn, because no one wants to go against any piece of legislation that speaks to rape or sodomy or any type of harm or sexual torture to a child. I don't speak on behalf of anyone, but I do feel comfortable saying I do believe that to be so. I guess my question to you, and then trying to remember this legislation, since I think you've worked on it a time or two, is what was your rationale behind getting it to the death penalty, or adding it as a definition in the code with regards to capital punishment?
So what I wanted to do was to give it the same level as murder. So the same process will be given as murder. Not all murders are charged as capital murder. So it's up to the prosecutor to decide if they want to charge it as murder or capital murder. At that point, it's up to the grand jury if they want to charge it as rape or as murder or capital murder. Then it would be up to the jury at the fact-finding determination to determine whether they were guilty or innocent of murder. And then beyond that, at the punishment phase, it is determined by the jury whether that is guilty of life without parole or the death penalty. Why I added this capital rape, sodomy, and sexual torture to that is to have all of those same checks and balances. So it's not mandatory. Again, it's the same way that a prosecutor has the discretion, the same way that a jury has the discretion, a grand jury or a jury has discretion not to give the death penalty throughout for these cases. It is just a tool in law enforcement's box that they can use for the instance of the worst of the worst.
So you're adding this to the definition of those crimes that are punishable by way of capital murder.
By the way, yes.
In this particular instance, this. Now let me just tell you the feedback that I've gotten, and again, it's very difficult. You know, even the bill I think Faulkner brought last week, I did have problems with the bill. It's hard to go against bills for children, or against things or crimes against children. My take on that bill was one in which I don't think passing a bill will stop someone from taking their own life. I just don't see that. That is the non-disclosure agreement bill he passed. But, you know, to each his own. I supported it, and I went on out the door. But with that being the case, I guess for me, with this, there is much consternation from some versus others with regards to these types of issues. My question gets down to more or less, because kids will lie sometime. Mm-hmm. And I want to make sure that it is a situation in which we're not opening a door, because kids, you're a prosecutor, mm-hmm. You've seen it in your mm-hmm. practice. Mm-hmm. Kids will lie, mm-hmm. Kids will blame sometime, but I'm looking at those situations, of course, when it is undeniable, of course, mm-hmm. that this brutal assault, attack, or what have you, or crime upon a child, that all of those defenses mm-hmm. have been taken into consideration. Mm-hmm. Because I've said this on all death penalty bills, that it needs to be unequivocal that it is the person that did it. Mm-hmm. I've said it time and time again over the years, when anyone that we put to death, it needs to be, regardless of how I feel, it needs to be unequivocal mm-hmm. that it is the person. Mm-hmm. Like I feel like we legislators need to be added to the code with regards to certain crimes that people think they can do against us, or not just legislators, public officials. Mm-hmm. And I think that we, as a particular class of within ourselves, that we should become a protected class, not just as everyday ordinary citizens, but also because of the positions that we hold. Mm-hmm. We saw a lot of killings across this country last year of those that are in legislators throughout different states. And so for me, again, I want to make sure whatever it is one thing that will bring about truth and honesty in the law, if there is a such thing anymore. It's very hard to get to sometimes, and that we are not creating a system in which those who may choose to utilize this law to their own benefit and to the detriment of others. And I say that about all bills. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a fair statement to make. Mm-hmm. So with that being said, I've been hearing that this stemmed from a case. Was it a case somewhere else? Or did something happen as to why you brought this bill? I can't remember.
So I brought it last year.
Yeah.
And we voted on it last year. We voted it out last year. After the House passed it, it did not get out of the Senate like a lot of bills last year. After that period last summer, there was an incident in Bibb County where there was a horrific incident where a family was allowing multiple people to come and take advantage of children multiple ways and in it's really horrific. I'd really not like getting the details of it, but that brought national attention to Alabama, and it was one of
I
those.
remember that. I saw the some of the stories on it. And wasn't that near in the area you represent?
No, I live in Baldwin County on
Where
the
was-
south end.
where
Bibb
was-
County is
Bibb-
up.
It was Bibb County.
It was Bibb
Okay.
County. Represent Senator April Weaver. It's in her district.
I watched something on it. I think I watched something on it. And then there was a case, I think, down at one of these facilities. I think that was near.
Well, I mean, we've had these cases all the time. I've prosecuted these cases multiple times. We recently had the year before I filed it, we had an 11-month-old that spent her first birthday in the hospital because of the injury she suffered.
Oh yeah,
from
it's
this.
severe. I mean, like I said, I don't think anyone here is defending the actor. I think more or less the concerns are is there a less restrictive means to get there to the type of punishment. I said it even when we were debating the abortion bill. Anybody that rapes or sodomizes someone, and that kind of just went out the window. But I thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't hearing the wrong thing on the Dred Scott and the Plessy v. Ferguson, because I almost fell backwards. But I am a woman. If I'm wrong, and I'll come up to the person, but I'd rather go to you and ask you first. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure, thanks, ladies. You recognize the gentleman from Dallas, Representative Chestnut.
This gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
So I want to know what's the legal rationale behind us passing a law that we know has been determined by the Supreme Court to be unconstitutional in the Louisiana case, the Kennedy case.
The legal rationale is they ruled that it was cruel and unusual punishment, with the focus in the opinion was that it was unusual because not enough states were doing it. So what we're showing, and it started in Florida in 2023, it carried over to Tennessee in 2024, Idaho, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. Oh wait, let me make sure I've got that right. Idaho, Arkansas, and I believe it is Oklahoma, but I've got it right here. Passed it in 2025.
Okay, what about
So
Louisiana?
what we're trying to show with this is one of those states is going to be challenged. Whether if we pass it, it'd be Alabama to be challenged, whether it's Florida. Let me make sure that I've got this right here. It is Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Idaho. I was right with those three. So if someone challenges their conviction, one of those states that's already passed it, Florida, Tennessee, Idaho, Oklahoma, Arkansas, if someone challenges that statute and says it's unconstitutional, well, then they make their argument to the Supreme Court and they're saying it's no longer unusual. And that's specifically in the dicta and the language in the Supreme Court opinion was if you show that there is a push for this to be done in other states, that could actually, and the quote that I have is, a consistent direction of change in support of the death penalty for child rape might counterbalance an otherwise weak demonstration of consensus, but no showing of consistent change has been made. So what we're trying to do is show a consistent change throughout the country. And the more states that can make their argument, if Florida's already prosecuted somebody under this bill, they end up pleading it down. My understanding, they've arrested somebody new on this charge. So when they go up and challenge that in Florida, if Florida has a brief to the Supreme Court and they can say, it's not just us, it's these 4 other states, and it's Alabama too now, or it's more states that follow on after us, it gives strength to their argument of the consensus is changing throughout the country.
Okay, what about, you said the dicta says that. So is that dicta, is that a part of the majority or the plurality holding?
That is the majority holding.
Okay. And so you're saying that, well, let me ask you this. There's also a Supreme Court precedent that talks about the standards of, the common standards of decency. I can't remember the exact phrase.
And that's in this, it talks about the evolving standards of
Evolving
decency.
standards of decency,
Correct.
right? So with that, like, So when we look at the world, and then we look at all of the non-third world countries, there's a push, there is a common standard of decency to push towards not putting people to death over crimes that do not have death as a proportionate response, right? An eye for an eye. That's about death for death. It doesn't say, take a person out because they did something that is not, like the death penalty is to both punish and deter the most egregious, the most heinous, the worst of the worst, and we consider the taking of human life as the worst thing that a person could possibly do. And so when you look at the countries who are not third world countries, the first world countries, I mean, it's almost unanimous to move away from the death penalty as a form of punishment. And in America, you just named about 4 states. There are 50 states in this country. Now, if you came and said, we've got 25 or 26 states that are saying we want to change this standard, and the people, the voters are voting on constitutional amendments agreeing to that fact, or to that push, then I would say, okay, the math makes sense, but your math is not mathing. 50 minus 4 equals 46. So there are 46 other states that are not taking the position that you're asking us to take. Why do we have to be the financial and the right-wing crash test dummy for everybody else?
Well, there's 5 states that have already passed it. Again, Florida, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Idaho. Those 5 have already passed it. Legislation has been filed by 2025 in Alabama, Kentucky, Mississippi, Missouri, Virginia, Arizona, New Mexico, South Carolina, and South Dakota. So there is a national push to change, and it started from 1 in Florida in 2023. And if it snowballs to 1 in 23, became 1 in 24, became 3 in 25, and I'm hopeful in 26 it becomes more and more from there.
Well,
that's what we're pushing.
Let me ask you this. So 38, probably about 30 plus states swing to the right. So why isn't it that you don't have 30 plus states bringing this? If it is such a consensus, if the standards of decency have evolved to that point, why is that not the case?
Because I'm an Alabama representative and I represent Alabama and I'm fighting for Alabama.
Okay, you're fighting for us to pay millions of dollars in a lawsuit that we're probably not going to win. Based on the odds you cited.
I disagree that we're probably not going to win.
Okay, so do you go to court with you bring a case, you prosecute a case feeling that you have a 10% chance of victory?
I don't. So prosecutors are different beings. They're different animals. We don't go forward and based and say, I have a 10% chance. We follow the facts, we follow the law, and we follow the truth. We present that truth to the jury and make the jury to make the determination. I don't walk in and say, hey, we're going to win 10% of these cases. We're going to lose 10% of these cases. We say we're going to present the facts to the best of our ability and let the court make the jury make the decision on where we are. I don't promise victims anything. I've had to sit around and have this conversation with multiple people. It's very difficult to forget 12 people to be unanimous on anything. So, you don't promise a victim that, hey, we got a 10% chance of winning or we got a 10% chance of losing. We just fight the fight because it's a fight worth fighting. And this fight is worth fighting on a national level.
And I would say this too, when you're looking at the situation and you're making an analysis of it, wouldn't a person of common sense say that based on Supreme Court precedent, that's pretty clear, there's at least 3 cases. You got Coker, you've got Kennedy, you've got Trop, with that being the case, are you saying that as a state, we should just take millions of dollars out of our state coffers and roll the dice on hopes that a couple of justices are going to say, you know what, I had dinner with a couple of dark money guys the other night, so I'm just going to go in here and change the law because my friends want me to.
No, I
Is
don't
that
think
what you're
that's
saying?
I don't think that's how that's going to work. I think that this is a fight we're standing up for our children. Our children are victims of the worst of the worst. You've mentioned how it's been decided as what the worst of the worst offenses have been, and we say that that stops at taking a life. I disagree. I think the worst of the worst offenses is taking the innocence of a child, and what these people do. I've seen it. I've seen how it affects these children to go through from this young and even younger. And if it cost us, the state of Alabama, to stand up for others to make sure that victims have the right to seek justice against what they've done, it's worth it.
Okay, so if a person goes to prison, I don't know. Maybe you haven't heard about what goes on behind prison walls, but I am well aware that when a person goes to prison and they have that label and that tag on them that they're a child molester, it's better to let them have life because they probably won't make it throughout their life if they come in there with that tag. So are you saying that just putting them to death for that is, I mean, like, where does that stop? That's my question. Where does the slippery slope, where does it stop? If we say that we can start putting people to death for non-capital offenses, the next step is going to be, what's to stop us from saying that if enough legislatures, if 5 or 6 legislatures say it is okay to put a person to death for jaywalking, what's to stop us from being able to do that? Because that's the rationale you're using, is that we should be able to determine that as, you know,
What's to stop
as a knee-jerk reaction.
I believe raping a child is way worse than jaywalking.
Today.
The gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Talladega, Representative Hurst.
Thank you. I think I got the answer just now talking to somebody else, but
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Got
can hear
me
you now.
I said, I think I got the answer already, but let me go through it. Several years ago, I introduced a bill for somebody to go to the penitentiary, first death, okay?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Several years ago, I introduced a similar bill, but it was the death penalty, okay? So we finally, the law institution came to be. We discussed it. And they said, tell you what we'll do. We'll give you a compromise. I said, what's the compromise? I reduced the age to 10, you know. And instead of 12, I reduced it to 10. So he came on to try to make another deal. And I said, okay. I said, the only thing is, this person that's molested this child, they never get out of the penitentiary. Now, this child was a little boy, and the man was staying with the child's mother in the middle of the night. He went and molested that infant child. That child went through surgery over and over and over and over and over. All this, I tried to follow it. Now, what's concerning me is we talking about now going back to a different time, you're talking about 10 years. Is that what you're talking about now?
We're talking 12. 12 mirrors the other bills.
Mine was 10. Mine was 10 years was 12. So
And what we're doing is mirroring the other states' bill. We've matched the language in the other states to make sure we follow them.
No, okay. I just want to make sure that the age I've got is in the bill at that time is still concrete regardless, because it's of that age.
I don't understand. I don't understand what you're
I tell
asking.
you what, let's just do it this way. I'm for your bill because I think anybody that does something like that, they're disgraced and they should die instead of being in prison.
Yes, sir.
But you and I will talk about this a little later on about it because I still don't have a good feeling I got, but I'm going to vote for it, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative McClamey.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'm sorry.
I said, would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My questions again, as we had in committee 2 weeks ago, I go back to the fiscal responsibility of this bill. Tell me one more time, what other states have already passed this bill?
Florida, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Idaho, and Arkansas have all passed this bill since 2023.
Okay. And we do know, we can agree that this is an unconstitutional rule bill from the Supreme Court, United States Supreme Court.
As the opinion in Kennedy, they ruled that it was unconstitutional. This is to challenge that ruling.
Okay, and so my concern is this. We continuously pass bills here that we know are unconstitutional. And then we have to later defend this and spend taxpayers' money to defend these unconstitutional bills. If we already have 5 states that have ruled this, put this into law into their states, why are we proceeding as the state of Alabama to pass a bill that we know is unconstitutional and is going to make more money come out of taxpayers' pockets?
Because the ruling in Kennedy said that it was unusual, and they said it was unusual, so that's why they struck it down. Because it's unusual, now we have more states that are challenging this and saying, no, it's not unusual. This is what we want. So when we come in support, that strengthens those other states. So all the states coming together, if they can say it's not unusual, we have 6 other states because Alabama's on board. And then if it becomes 7, if it becomes 10, if it becomes 15, the more states that are on board, the more strength it gives to the argument. And that's challenging the ruling that the court made in Kennedy because that's what they decided.
And I still ask again, why is the state of Alabama trying to pass an unconstitutional law to spend taxpayers' money to defend this when we have 5 other states that have already said we're going to take up this fight? Why is the state of Alabama willing to spend our money and our constituents' money to pass a law that we know that we have to defend and spend money?
Because it's worth it.
Why?
Again, do you want me to save the same answer about we're putting more states, more states that
couldn't hear what
snowball
everybody-
to go through it? It's also worth it to allow victims in this state to get justice for what's happened to them. And if we can make an impact and make a change in the nation to allow victims across this nation to get justice for what's happened to them, it's worth it in my opinion.
And so you don't feel as though there's other things that we need to do with taxpayers' money within the state that this money can go towards and see how the other states fare that have already passed this law?
The more states that get on in support of this, that pass this bill, that shows more support for the other states. If we just stop and say, well, those 5 states will do it, that may not be as strong as if we say we're helping these other states because of the momentum of the unusual ruling that they made.
How much do you estimate it will cost to the taxpayers to defend this law?
I don't have that answer, but it's worth every penny.
So what's your estimate? You don't have a guess? We just know we're going to pass an unconstitutional law, spend taxpayers' money. We have no idea how much it's going to cost.
I don't.
You don't?
It may cost us nothing. If Florida gets challenged and Florida writes a brief and Florida says, look at these other states that have supported us, we may not have to fight it because the other states that have already passed it are further along down the process than us. So if Florida gets up and says, these states have passed it, so it's no longer unusual, it may not cost us a dime.
Okay. And so I look at this. You know, I had to pull little numbers here.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I still had to pull some numbers here.
Okay.
So I look at fiscal year 26. The Office of Alabama Attorney General's office is receiving roughly $35 million in total funding, including about $17 million specifically designated for litigation support. So, do you think this should exceed the $35 million?
I'm sorry, you're asking me about something that's different than this. The Attorney General's office is supportive of this bill and they're willing to fight for what we need to do for the citizens of Alabama.
I know they're for this bill. My point is making that are we going to consider passing a law that was paid probably $35+ million to defend?
There's no way that you think, there's no way you can determine that it's going to be $35+ million because of some other argument for some other issue, for some other thing. There are other states that have gone through this process that are further down the line. Again, it may not cost us a dime.
But we're willing to take that chance and pass a law and have to continuously go to court over unconstitutional laws.
I'm willing to pay what we need to pay to protect our children.
Just as we pay over $57 million since 2020 to defend unconstitutional laws that were passed for the Department of Corrections.
What's the number that you're not comfortable with? What's the line that you say,
All of
okay,
it.
if it's $5 million, I'm willing to fight for children, but if it's $6 million, I'm not?
You know, I hear you say fight for children. I wish that we took that same fight for children when it comes to our education trust fund.
Our
when we
education trust fund
decide-
is like $10 billion.
I'm saying, I wish we cared that much for the children of Alabama when we take out $300 million to build prisons from the Education Trust Fund. Where's the care and concern about our children when we don't properly fund their education and school systems?
Ma'am, this bill is about raping and sodomizing children.
No, this bill is also about the fiscal responsibility of our lawmakers making a law that we're going to cause to pay to defend a law that already we know that is unconstitutional, which we tend to usually do much more.
It's your 10 minutes.
Excuse me?
It's your 10 minutes. I don't have to answer your questions. I've answered your questions over and over, and if you want to keep making the speech, that's on you. You can make your speech.
I'm
But
making-
I'm not going to continue to ask the same questions over and over and answer.
You don't have to. I'm just stating facts. You know, I took the time to get facts. Also, we had a case dealing with major lawsuits where a private firm has recently been paid $40 million in recent years. That exceeded $10 to $12 million in legal defense payments. So we're going to do this through the Attorney General's office, or we're going to hire a private firm to use AI instruments to go to court and defend unconstitutional laws that we continue to pass here in the state of Alabama. Okay. So you mean to tell me you have no more concern or talk when it comes to our taxpayers already suffering to pay for their groceries? We have a complaint when it's time to remove the last 2 cents off of sales tax of groceries. We have a complaint when we don't want to have SNAP recipients receive candy for their children, though we feed ours more. We have a complaint when we want to take taxes off of overtime on workforce. But you have nothing to say about having a complaint about educating our children in the state of Alabama and using funds unnecessarily and other reasons that for unconstitutional laws. It's the first time I've seen you this quiet.
If you want to have it's your time.
Yeah. I'm just saying, it's your first time I've ever seen you this quiet before. But as you said, some people need to die. So I guess it's worth every penny or whatever we spend, no matter where it comes from, no matter when our people are out here suffering to make ends meet. It doesn't matter who has to pay for unconstitutional laws to continue to be presented down here on the State House floor, passed into bills, then we have to later come on and legislate and spend millions, because I've already proven, records show we have spent millions, over $50 million on one lawsuit, over $40 million to hire someone on a private law firm. Then we also give $35 million plus to the Attorney General's office to defend unconstitutional laws. When we can sit back and let those 5 states who've already passed this legislation take this to the State House, to the United States Supreme Court, and argue for themselves and spend their taxpayers' money, not ours. Nothing. Nothing to say.
I've already said the same thing 3 times. You've got 16 seconds of
No,
your time.
I think these are different questions.
No, it's not. It's the same question over and over.
It's the same it's different questions. My questions are, how much and how long?
It's worth
The lady's time has expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Oh, well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have one basic concern. What provisions, and I don't see it in the bill, for someone that's been falsely accused?
So what this bill would do, and that's a good question, so I'm glad you brought it up. So everyone would have the opportunity to get an attorney. However, when you're charged with a capital offense, those expenditures that are given to the defendant are actually increased significantly. So they get 2 attorneys to go through to fight a capital offense, like the same way they do for capital murder. So they would have more attorneys, more defense, more money that the state gives them to allow them to defend their case in this.
But that doesn't work a lot of times. How many times historically, for various capital offense, people have been found guilty, served any number of years in jail? Somebody comes up and said, well, you know, it was a lie. Even with rape, I don't know how, you know, with it being a capital offense, how long, if the person is found guilty and then they're sentenced to execution, how long they would be on death row before, if there's a situation where someone was falsely accused and all the cards were stacked against them, but they didn't do it, even though they expended that amount of money. We've seen historically how people have suffered. That's just the only thing that stays on my mind, because I've seen it happen, and I've seen after any number of years, everything that was presented looked as though that person was guilty. But then during that same period of time, somebody who testified one way knew that they were not telling the truth all the time. I just wondered that, how do we circumvent that, and if someone is found guilty and they're sentenced to death and actually put to death, and at some point in time somebody comes up and say, you know, I didn't tell the truth. What do we do for that life that was lost? You know, but that's the only thing and it really concerns me, because I've seen it happen too many times in my community that I just wanted to put that on the table, and I really don't know how we can circumvent it, but it is a concern when we're talking about putting people to death for any of these capital crimes, because, you know, I've seen it. I've seen how people, even just before they got put to death, it was proven they didn't do it, that person's life is destroyed forever. You know, so both the victim and the proposed perpetrator's life is ended. You know, I think there's somewhere else I heard Mr. Hurst, and I could agree with what he said, that child didn't have a say-so. That child wasn't of age enough for anybody to prep to tell a lie. But I believe that if we looked at a certain age where that person is totally defenseless, and that person can't be groomed if it's not the truth, to say something happened that really didn't happen. And I just wanted to put that on the table because it could happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Shirey.
Absolutely. Representative Simpson, thank you for bringing this bill. You knew what it was going to do. You knew what it was going to do to you. We've heard, let other states do it. We've heard, why are we spending money? We've heard the law is unconstitutional. Well, we think it should not be, and this is the way we can change it. There's a saying that the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. You're a good friend. You're a good man. I'm proud to have co-sponsored this bill with you, and I'm proud to call you my friend. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Hassel.
Hey, I just got, what I'm concerned is this, and I heard you talk about victims. And what concerned me is with the victims is, if the accuser, what incentive do he have to keep the victim alive if he know in the back of his mind that I can get the death penalty behind this?
Because this is, you have to understand that the mind of the child rapist is not the normal mind of what you have. This isn't like something where they have drugs and they think the drugs, and so that resource is gone. They use that child repeatedly over and over. So they're not thinking they're going to get caught. They just continuously use that child. It's why sex trafficking exists. It's because they continuously use these children over and over and over again. So it's not like they're going to say, oh, I'm going to do it once and then kill them because they're going to stop. I don't believe that's their mind. Their mind is not, in my experience of what I've seen, their mind is I can use this child repeatedly over and over and over again.
What my problem I have is, even in that case, the accuser, or however they do it, even with sex trafficking and anything else, they'll say, kill all the girls. We won't need to have no witnesses. Just like a person with drugs, if he know he about to get caught, what do? He try to flush it down the toilet. He try to swallow it. He do anything to make sure that he don't get accused or found guilty of what his problem is. But it was a case down in, matter of fact, this case was in Louisiana. It was another case. This guy, he said, I am so sick to the point that I need to go to jail. He said, put me in jail for life. He even asked to be castrated because he was so sick. I have an issue, I have a problem. And he was raping 12-year-old girls and under. I think he had 3 cases. But he was like, I'm so sick to the point that something has to be done to me, but I just don't want to die. You know, and my thing is, and I'm afraid, this is what I'm afraid of, and I understand that we're trying to change, and we're trying to deter crime. We're trying to deter this with this punishment. But we all know a lot of time punishment don't deter crime. But what I'm afraid, it might, in some cases it might. You're absolutely right. But what I'm afraid of, that we might see more of these victims murdered behind this legislation. And that's why I kind of agree with Representative Tillman's amendment. We just give them a punishment to life without parole. And and that's all I got to say. It was just concerning me about the issue with our victims. I don't want them to be murdered in a sense because of this bill. Thank you.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body now is passage of HB 41. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 73 ayes, 6 noes. HB 41 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been asked to open this up for co-sponsors.
Mr. Clerk, let's open it up for co-sponsors. Looks like you got 50 co-sponsors.
Thank you, members of the body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, House Bill number 78 with substitute by Representative Ross relating to early childhood education.
Representative Ross, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 78 is a focused, evidence-based bill that sets reasonable limits on screen time for children 5 and under in publicly funded early learning programs. The earliest years of life from birth to age 5 are the most critical period of brain development that child will ever experience. These years are foundational to learning, development, and long-term success. House Bill 78 reflects a commitment to children using the latest evidence-based research to ensure that screen time in early learning environments is age-appropriate, limited, and never a substitute for hands-on instruction or human interaction. I ask for the BAR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
I don't know if it's because it's an election year or what, but y'all been bringing halfway decent bills. 3 weeks in a row now. And I mean, these are good bills. Listen, first of all, thank you. Listen, I've been one that I don't believe kids should even watch TV during the normal course of the regular school week. I've just always been that current events, watch the news, but because you need to know what's going on. But outside of that, so I think this is a good bill. I commend you on it. Like I said, even on the Focus Act, that was something I've made argument about time and time again in this house, that we needed to restrict cell phone usage of teens. And certainly with this legislation, I didn't catch all of your monologue with regards to the bill, but would you just restate what you said as it relates to what this bill does?
It sets reasonable limits for the amount of screen time children 5 and under are going to be exposed to. It will be decided upon through the Department of Early Childhood Education, the Department of Human Resources, and the State Department of Education as they develop standards based on what we know for what's best for children.
So let me ask this question, and this is what I want to be clear on. Are these guidelines, will they be put in place for in school? How do we monitor is what I'm trying to get to.
So some of these limits are already in place. They're just not cohesive or comprehensive across the continuum. So the children that are in child care facilities, the Department of Human Resources will oversee that through their licensing process. The Department of Early Childhood Education will oversee those through their monitoring and their guidelines, that they're going to all work together to create as far as screen time. They've already got good guidelines.
So let me ask you, how did we get to the age? I think that the age needed to be modified or extended, but tell me, how did we get to the age that you're recommending within the bill without any modifications to what's already there is what I'm trying to get to.
Well, because we know that 90% of a child's brain is developed by age 5. And in those particularly those first 3 years, there's 1 million neurological connections made every second. And so the screens are not, they're finding out that children that have been exposed to too much screen time are having language delays, they're having behavioral concerns, they're actually coming to school not where they should be for a typically developing child. So there's a lot going on, particularly children 2 and under should not be exposed to any screens unless it's perhaps FaceTiming with a parent or a grandparent. Now, understand this has nothing to do with time other than publicly funded programs.
It's publicly funded, and I wanted to get there because I think it should be, and I know it would definitely be hard to regulate no differently with the cell phone once the child gets out of school. But I've always been a strong proponent of less screen time for kids, even at home. I always try my best to encourage it. When I have the opportunity, I do a lot of public speaking back in the district that I represent, and I get an opportunity to share my thoughts on issues such as this. And I have an overwhelming large number of parents and custodians that are very much in support of a lot of these types of legislation. And so, but I wanted to just come and say, I think I commend the bill number 1. And I wish that there were something that we could do because our kids are so impressionable. And if you do not get them between 0 to 5, nowadays almost 0 to 4, because kids are so advanced. I notice and when I say advanced, I do several big events throughout District 60. I do a very large Christmas festival. And I tell people now, we had to literally start shifting. Kids don't want bikes. Some of them don't want dolls anymore. The first thing that they gravitate toward is anything that is visual, a cell phone, a Mac, a tablet or something like that. And so I know we have to sometimes shift with the times, but even with that, I try to encourage the parents, listen, they can be a help, but they can also be a hindrance on our children's ability to learn. But most importantly, those things that could become manipulators of their thought processes and how they develop and function as students as they matriculate on further. So I thank you all. Thank you for the bill. I definitely support it. and I commend you for always being knowledgeable. You're probably, as I've always tell you this, you're probably the best in Alabama to ever do it. I have not seen anybody do it as well as you have done it with regards to pre-K and early childhood education. So with that being said, I don't know if Dr. Mackey gonna ever leave, but if they ever need another superintendent, I'm sure they can look in this building for one. But now, Dr. Mackey, you know you all right with me. I'm not saying you need to leave, so, because you know, I know I have these folks that listen to me and they carry bad buckets of water. But with that being said, I thank you for your efforts. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Kill.
I want to say, first of all, Ms. Ross, thank you for caring for kids and the work you've done through the early childhood, as in your previous position, the work you did there. And I agree with you on the bill. I'm going to vote for the bill. I do believe that children have way too much screen time. The one point I do want to make about the bill is I am disappointed that our educators are not making these decisions. It's not just this bill. It's things like that we have had to pass, like the cell phone bill, Literacy Act, all those type things that our State Board of Education, our Early Childhood Department, all those people who are responsible for our children, boards of education on down, I believe they should be making those decisions. And why they're not is beyond me, that they're having to rely on the legislature to force them to make those kind of decisions that they should make unilaterally. They know what's right, and they should do what's right, I think, from an education perspective, from an educated perspective, on how to treat kids and what's best for kids. So I support your bill. I believe they should have less screen time. I just wish somebody else would make the decisions instead of having to rely on us.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, what age limit are you talking about when you say early childhood development?
The ages right now, in this bill, we're talking from birth to age 5.
So this is my concern. In many of our schools, we don't have books anymore. They learn everything that the teachers teaching is they're learning it from a computer screen. So, and what I understood after I realized in so many grade levels, that's the way we're teaching, because the cost of purchasing books had just gotten to be so outlandish, and the state was not allocating enough funds per year. In some cases, they could buy half the books they needed. So what they opted out for, and the way they build our schools now, you know, they have that Promethean board or whatever they have, and that's the screen that they look on. So are you saying that in those early grade levels up to 5 that we go back to purchasing books for them to learn out of? Because they don't purchase books like they used to, and that's their only mechanism now of teaching our children. So if you're recommending to the Education Trust Fund that we go back to purchasing books, rather for this early, that'll be from a school start, K4, when you're talking about the school-age children, K4 through, first, second grade?
Kindergarten.
Kindergarten, that's K4, K5. So you still will have the same situation. So are you recommending to the Education Trust Fund that we go back and invest in books? Is that your recommendation? I don't care what you say the bill is doing. I'm telling you the actual way what's happening in the classroom.
I understand.
So are you recommending that we go back to purchasing books?
First, let me say that any recommendations will come from the Department of Early Childhood Education. the State Department of Education, and the Department of Human Resources. They will put together the standards and the recommendations.
Let me tell you, let me put you in the reality mode. Once the legislature passed this bill, you are forcing them to do what the legislature say do. So if they're not purchasing books for those grade levels, they're going to have to go back because you're minimizing the amount of screen time. And the way they teach now, we don't purchase books. And what cued me in, I know one year we had allocated so much money for science books, and every time I would go to school board meeting, and they asked what happened to the science books, or they said, well, you know, the cost of books are so high that the legislature don't give us enough money to buy the amount of books that we need. So the next best answer to that is that they use these screens that they teach the children from. So in order, once your bill is passed, which I know y'all will pass it no matter what we say, but I do think you need to go and research that first to see how our schools are operating now when you're talking about screen time, especially when it's in the classroom, when you're talking about that. So what is the option? Is the option that we go back in order to reduce that screen time? Is the option is that we go back for those grade levels, K4, K5, and now I know in our system we're doing K3. So K3 through K5, are you saying that now we go back and allocate the funds to purchase the books that we do? Because once this bill is passed, you have already, or the legislature, you carry the bill, so you're going to be the instigator, are dictating to the schools that this is the way now that you've got to teach your class. And you have to do it by books because you can only have X amount of screen time per day. That concerns
What this bill recommends is that excessive screen time be limited. Now,
What do
if we really, now
what do you call excessive? If that's the only mechanism they have of teaching now, so when they enter the classroom, what elementary school take in at 8 o'clock? So 8 o'clock throughout the day, since they don't have books, they're using some screen of some type of screen to learn. So are you saying that whatever period during the day, they stop teaching by using a screen and go back to the books? That's all I'm saying is that I don't mind you saying that. I understand what the problem is with the amount of screen time children have. But if we're attaching this to schools, then you are pretty much saying, I want you to change the way that you are currently teaching our children. And we have to look at that. No matter what you say, once this bill is passed, then every school district in the state of Alabama for K4, K5, and like I say, in our situation, we're going to K3 in Birmingham. So what you're dictating for those students, that the teachers, first of all, our new teachers, they've got to go back and learn how to teach from a book. And the state itself has got to go and purchase books. So I think we need to have some time to look at it, or you need to have the bill amended for you to have a transition period, not only for the schools, but for the Education Trust Fund to look at the number of books for K4, K5 that they are going to need to purchase in order to adequately teach our children. That's all I'm saying. And it doesn't look as though just scanning through the bill that situation was given thought of. When was the last time you visited a school to observe how they are teaching?
It was before Christmas. I have researched this extensively, and I'd love to visit with you sometime. And
You don't
talk
have
you.
to. Hey, not only have I been on the school, but I'm still working very closely with them. I don't know which area you've been in where teachers are teaching from books. They're teaching from some screen of some mechanism that they're doing. Especially if they built new schools. And most of our schools are new schools that have the new technology that they use to teach with. So you might have done the research. How many cities did you go to check it out? How many school districts were you in and out of to make sure that what you're doing is what's going to be applicable to the way children are being taught?
So in this bill, it also...
How many school districts did you go to?
Well, I don't know. I go to school districts frequently, but
How
I
many
want
did you go to in your research that you came up with this?
I'll have to get back with you on that because I have been doing this for over
By
a
the
year, 2
time
years.
you get to me, you're going to be on past this bill.
So I'm going to
when-
say it's more than 20, but here's what I would like
You
to
know how many
understand.
school districts we got in the state of Alabama? We got over 100.
139.
Yeah, and you went to 20?
I understand what's going on in schools, but what I wanted you to understand is that within this bill, there is going to be extensive training for teachers on how other strategies to use besides the screens all day. Now, we can discuss the impact of screens on the child's
I hear
learning.
you saying
because
that.
I can tell
it's
you.
my time. It's my time. It's my time. It's my time.
Go ahead.
I'm telling you, from many more years of experience, and through the transition, that this is going to have a monetary impact on the Education Trust Fund budget, whether you want to accept it after you went to 20 school systems or not. It is going to have an impact, monetary, on the Education Trust Fund budget.
Correction, 20 schools, not systems.
On the systems. It's going to be to they get their monies through the state. And the majority of that 100+ school districts we have don't even have a tax base, and it's just been within the last, 3-4 years that we've been able to get the appropriate allocation of K-4 and K-5 classrooms. So it's taken an impact on the Education Trust Fund budget to get all of our school districts.
And the lady's time has expired.
Thank you so very much.
Yes, ma'am. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marshall, Representative Cobbin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I just want to thank you for bringing this bill. I admire your passion for early childhood education with your previous service in the state and now serving the legislature. I think it's a great bill, and I admire you for what you're doing to make sure kids in Alabama get the best education possible. Thank you.
And learning in the best way.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 1 nay. The BR has passed. Representative Ross.
There was a substitute that had some minor changes in it that included, first of all, the Department of Human Resources wanted to define child care facility. They wanted to make sure it didn't apply to group homes. So it was just the definition of that. And also in the monitoring and the implementation of this, we had first said school boards, and after talking to school boards and superintendents, it was more appropriate to say superintendents, so we changed that. So with that, I move to adopt the sub.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the substitute. If you would like to speak on the substitute, just raise your hand where I can see you. Okay. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, speaking on the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to follow up. In your substitute, I didn't see anything that was mentioned as it relates to teachers being a part of this, as a part of the process, not teachers, I'm sorry, parents, like the Parent Teachers Association, that's not a part of this process. Are you open for being inclusive of the Parent Teacher Association?
So the parents will be involved in this, and they will absolutely, at no cost, be able to get a copy of the guidelines as they're developed through these departments that serve their children.
So my thought, just as there was a question raised earlier by Representative Keel about teachers and the education department being a part of bringing these ideas.
Yes.
And it appears that we are bringing these ideas, and many times it's not the teachers or the parents are included.
Exactly.
And
No.
so, my comment to him was, many times they don't come forward because they don't feel that that we are receptive. But I keep hearing this over and over again. So that's why I was saying one thing that I do see I think is missing would be including Parent Teachers Association as a part of this as well.
Well, the departments that are responsible for these programs for children can absolutely, when they're developing these guidelines, do that.
You do not want to include them as a part of the bill?
I'd like to.
Now, I don't have an amendment ready.
Oh, okay. I'd like to go ahead with
So
this, but I can.
I am not going to cause you any heartburn, but the other part of that is, I think as we're talking about involvement and engagement of individuals as it relates to children, certainly parents, the Parent Teachers Association should be a part of that. The other statement that I would make in terms of educators being involved, educators are willing, classroom teachers are willing to be a part of any changes that's impacting them. And I think the other thing that I would mention is Representative Moore made some good points in terms of how much of technology is going to impact using the printed material versus the virtual or visual materials. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the question for the body now is adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 1 nay. The substitute has been adopted. Representative Ross.
I move for final passage as substituted.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Mayor Jones.
Here you go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a question about, and I saw where you had coordinated with a lot of different agencies throughout. I'm concerned about the Head Start program that is federally funded.
Right.
And as you know, they have to get their curriculum approved in order to be funded. And I just want to know, have you considered that with your bill?
So the Head Start Collaboration Office is located in the Department of Early Childhood Education. So they work together. So they absolutely will be involved in this and already are. They've Head Start and the First Class Pre-K program already have some guidelines in place for this because it's based on research. This is on science. We're learning now. When I was in public schools and I wrote grants, I was maybe in the early 2000s, I wanted every child to have an iPad. Well, we've learned since then that children that learn to read on a screen are missing a lot of the comprehension skills that they would normally have. They end up scanning instead of reading from left to right. They end up reading in a Z pattern. So it is important that children do have that paper and pencil and print that they can actually hold and absorb themselves. I'm not saying that we're banning screens. I'm just saying that we've got to come up with some guidelines to where it's not excessive and that we're allowing children to have this hands-on learning, to create experiences where the teacher is involved. And if the teacher's involved in what's going on with that screen and she's working with that child, that's one thing. But just this passive screen use where you're just parking a child in front of a computer screen, and even worse, a 2-year-old or younger being in one of those little seats put down in front of a television for hours at a time. These are the kind of excesses that we're talking about, and Head Start already has things in place that would prevent this type of thing from going on.
Okay, I just didn't want us to conflict
I
with that program
understand.
since it's considered to be the most successful preschool program for many years in the country. So I just want to make sure we took in for that as you go forward with this.
Thank you for your
All right,
question.
thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Sellers.
you, Mr. Speaker, with the lady's yield.
Yes.
As many of you may know, we are in this space currently with Malin Grace at 14 months. And my wife is in education, PhD. And so we've had this kind of discussion about how much screen time Malin should have or how little screen time she should have. And she really pointed out some of the research and some policy guidelines, even now, that would be, especially for ages 0 to 5, based on developmental, cognitive, social, language, and health outcomes. It says that they always prohibit screen use outright, but they do show why limiting and reducing it, especially passive, high duration exposure, is recommended. In other words, don't just sit your child in front of the TV just to pass the time, or an iPad or screen to pass the time, because there's a large longitudinal study found that higher screen time at ages 24 to 36 months was linked with poor developmental screening performance at 36 to 60 months. So suggesting that increased screen exposure can also predict slower development. And I think sometimes we miss that, and I love your bill, and it's very pointed. Another study that was reported that greater screen time for 1-year-olds was associated with developmental delays. And so in communication and problem solving, other domains at ages 2 and 4 with stronger effects. Language and social cognitive skills were affected because excessive screen time is linked to language delay, attention issues, and social emotional impacts, especially when screen use replaces real world interactions. Sleep and physical health, because the research linked too much screen time exposure to sleep disturbances, which affect overall health and readiness for school. And so I love your bill. I love what it is doing, because this is the kind of dialogue that we have continued to have, especially for Malin Grace at 14 months, to make sure she has the right amount of screen time and not too much TV time, not too much iPad time, so that all of her skills can be in line with developmental and growth and learning. And listen, it is proven she is doing quite well with the managed time that she has. And so I support your bill, and kudos to making sure that we take care of all of our children in the state of Alabama.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative DuBose from Shelby.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Ross. You know, I wasn't going to come down here, but I started listening to this conversation, and I felt like I just needed to commend you for what you're doing. And I tell you, I don't know that everybody in this body realizes your level of expertise, that you are actually a former cabinet secretary under Governor Ivey for early childhood education, which that's exactly what we're talking about. And we are so fortunate to have you in this body here with us. And I want to thank you for bringing us this expertise. And I completely support this bill. I will say, however, that I'm slightly disappointed that we had to water it down a little bit after discussions of all of the stakeholders, because we don't have listed an exact number of hours. We had originally looked at 30 minutes a day at a total of an hour and a half for ages 3 to 5, I think. And we have left that up to the agencies we've given them guidance, and now we're counting on them. And I tell you what, I just want them all to know that we're going to be looking at exactly what these recommendations are, and that we're going to be looking for them to be very close to what we had in the original bill prior to the substitution. And I know I can count on you to keep an eye on it, and I'm going to be right there with you. So thank you, Representative Ross, for what you've done.
And thank you. And I'm so glad that we have the Dolly Parton books available for children, because there's nothing that replaces a book.
Absolutely. Yeah, I completely agree. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Shirey of Mobile.
Representative Ross, thank you for this. You probably don't know this, but this is my job. I am seeing more and more kids being more and more nearsighted. The incidence of myopia is an epidemic in the United States. Some of the reasons: near work. Each hour of near work with an iPad increases the risk of myopia 2 to 5%. Those screens are held longer and closer. Young children are much more vulnerable to these screens because their eyes are still developing. And when they have those screens and those habits tend to persist all the way through their childhood. 30% of the world is myopic or nearsighted now. By 2050, that's going to be 50%. A good study for this was the Eskimo population in the 1960s and 70s. They didn't have the public school system. Once they joined the public school system, they went from a 3% incidence of myopia to exactly matching the incidence of myopia for the United States population. So the Academy of Ophthalmology, the American Optometrics Association, the Academy of Pediatrics, they all have standards for screen times for this very reason. So thank you so much for bringing this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Warren of Macon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I want to echo my colleagues. I think this is a very good bill that you're presenting. But I think one of the things that we probably don't have control of, that's controlling what's happening with our children today, are their parents. You will see an 18-month-old baby sitting in a carrier, start crying, and the mama's gonna give him an iPad, okay? The iPads and the technology has become the #1 babysitter. So it seems as though, we got to find ways of trying to deal with that, because just to put them in school and say you can only do this for 2 hours when they can get home and do it until they go to bed at night, it's not helping. So we got to find a way to really rid this problem. And the worst problem that we have in trying to rid it is dealing with our parents. I just want to say that.
Thank you. And I hope the awareness of this bill will spread down to the parents. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
Thought we had moved on past this bill. You don't need nobody to come up here and defend you on this bill. People, when you come in this well, you ought to be able to stand up here and take any blow and any hit. And let me tell you something, you don't need no help. And I hate when members come up. We don't have to do that. When you get elected by the people, you know you're going to get rolled over sometime. You're going to get knocked down. And when it's over, it's over. I mean, no, there are no shrinking violets in here at the end of the day. with that being said, as I stated, I don't have any issues with your bill. And you know, little petite people, you have to be leery of petite people anyway. They'll put a CAG up on you. They'll put a CAG up on you. Back in the day, you don't remember? You probably don't. You ain't never heard that word before. Where you from? You never heard of a CAG? Where they scoop up on? No. I'm gonna pull your hood card today then. I thought you was okay, but nah, I'm just kidding.
It's hard to hear you too.
Yeah, so I guess my and I missed the amendment. We're back on the bill. So tell me what that amendment did.
So the amendment includes something that the Department of Human Resources wanted to clarify, and that is the definitions of a child care facility. We may have, they were afraid that if we had just said one of their facilities, that it might apply to group homes, and that's absolutely not what we were going to.
So,
not a group home that, I'm talking about not with children, but a group home of
okay,
generally, maybe even of adults. The other one was important because the principal of the school is going to be responsible for the teacher's implementation of this and also for the training, because it is going to take a while to provide other strategies for the teachers to know exactly how to, those instructional practices to support screen use, but then when they're not using screens, what are these hands-on activities? What experiences can they offer those children? You know, you don't hear much about children going to the zoo or going to the fire department, and those kind of things are just, I think, important to provide them those types of things that they perhaps don't have any other opportunities to experience. But yes, there's going to be some extensive training. That we already have professional development built in. This will just be one of the subjects they cover when they're doing their professional development. The Department of Early Childhood is already doing good professional development and training in partnership with the Department of Human Resources for those child care facilities that serve children, you know, birth to 5. So we've got some, I think, a great opportunity to create some coordination, additional coordination and collaboration between departments instead of having just silos, to create this wonderful continuum from birth to age 5 and hopefully someday to age 8, so that we're all working together in creating a strong foundation for these children and make them as successful.
I don't have, listen, you don't have to sell me on the bill now. I am, listen, I am in favor of legislation, as I've said, to even, like, you know, my father, who passed away in 2015, he and our biggest issue was he wanted me to get my niece a cell phone. And that was the one, Dad, I love you, but I'll fight or fly at midnight for you. I just never believed in, I don't believe, you know, so I'm just that kind of person. I don't have a problem with it. I was just curious to know about the definition, and I'm saying to myself, well, DHR would know what the should know what that definition looks like, but you're trying to make sure that it centers around all other, well, group homes, to make sure that, because that is an important question, because there are places where kids are being educated within these group homes.
I don't think they're talking about the child care home.
Okay.
They're talking about group homes, like for people with special needs.
That's what. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because when I heard that, and I was preoccupied, and I didn't have time to treat it at the time. So yeah, but and then like I said, people were coming to your defense. You know, a lot was perpetrated last year about me from somebody getting in the middle and defending somebody, and that person still never gave the truth and clarified it like it should have been. But you know, that's why I say let people fight their own battles. You don't need any help fighting your battles, or no one in this chamber does. So, but I wanted to get the clarity on that. I missed that definition, and I was trying to see why there was a change or why there was a shift in.
They just wanted it clarified, and specifically for child care facilities.
So this bill goes into effect when?
January 27.
Why January? Because of the school year? Because now school starts back again in the fall, so why don't we have it prepared at an earlier execution after the governor's execution? So what is it? Are you?
Actually, they wanted to wait 2 years, and I said,
Oh, no. Why would they want
it's
to
going to
wait?
take time to build the standards. I know. To give them time to the standards and do the training, because teachers, yeah, for the training.
Did Dr. Mackey ask you to wait 2 years?
I don't remember who it was. It was just a thought.
Dr. Mackey, I'm going to give you a call in a minute. I like Dr. Mackey. He's a good superintendent. Really good. So with that being said, okay, I just wanted to get the clarity on that. I thought that was, I was like, well, group home or whatever, the stand, okay. And I was like, well, DHR probably should have known that. But anyway, okay, I thank you for the opportunity.
Notes.
Chair recognizes Representative Drummond of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the young lady yielded, Dr. Ross, I wasn't going to say anything, but I wanted to share this story with you. I'm a Sunday school teacher. And so last Sunday, one of my little fellows was just so grumpy and had this look on his face. And I said, what is wrong with you? It was two of them. They were on punishments. Guess what the punishment was? The parents took their phones. And I went to the parents and I said, something is wrong with them being this upset over the loss of a phone. And the mom said to me that he has been not able to sleep. He walks the floor all night. And all of this is a result of all of the stuff that they're getting on screen time from playing games. So you know that I support this bill. I told you that in committee. But I thought about you, and while I was listening to everybody, this is something that I know we're doing it right now for preschool. I really think we need to go up the ladder, because this is affecting our kids. They would rather get a whipping than to have their phone taken from them. I've never loved anything materialistic that way. And this little fella is a middle schooler. And he was mad at me. I'm trying to teach him about Jesus and he's thinking about his telephone. So I just think this is a wonderful bill, and I hope we can build on it to include older ages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 76 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. 78. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 yeas, no nays. HB 76 passes. Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number 149 by Representative Hill, relating to the Alabama State Park.
Thank you, Mr. Pringle. I appreciate it.
Chairman Hill.
Mr. Pringle, this is it's a very short bill. Let me tell you what it says. The Board of Commissioners of the Alabama State Bar is an agency of the judicial branch of state government. Lawyers are licensed by the bar, disciplined by the bar, reinstated by the bar, removed by the bar. The Supreme Court is the agency to which, when you pass the bar, you become admitted so that you can practice before the Supreme Court. If you can practice before the Supreme Court, you can practice before every agency or every court in this state. So the Board of Bar Commissioners, which is the group that works with the Supreme Court in this area, should be designated solely as an agency of the judicial branch of government. That's the total of the bill. And by the way, every lawyer in this body has co-signed this bill. I would ask for BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Chestnut of Dallas, one of our lawyers.
Who also signed off on it. Yes, sir, Mr. Chestnut.
Yes, I have 5 words. This is a good bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
Every lawyer who signed this bill gonna come up here and tell you this is a good bill. I'm gonna come up here and tell you it's one. And I think I have 2 bills that may be coming to your committee. And I certainly hope I get a little favor. But you've been fair to me. I have not had a problem with you and your committee, but this is a good bill. I don't have a problem with it. And plus, Susie called everybody in the state of Alabama. She called every lawyer, 19,000 of us, to make sure that we supported this bill. So I want the Good Bar Association, the State Bar, to know that she is on top of her job. Oh, I remember Susie. You know what? We haven't had that many bills, as many. The State Bar hasn't had a bill in a minute, but I'm telling you the truth. She could have found Osama bin Laden the other day because she was intentional about trying to get folks to sign off on your bill, this bill, Judge Hill. But it's a good bill.
It is a good bill. It's one we need. It's one that clarifies what we're doing and removes any question.
But I wouldn't have even known. I guess I never thought that this would have been an issue, but I think it's a good bill. And I wanted to say as such. I have a feeling the next couple of speakers, if there is any lights on, will come and say the same thing. I believe Tillman is on. He's looking like he's coming too. He's such a smoozer. You know those lawyers that are smoozers. And Tillman, he got his good Easter suit on today, so he'll be coming up here in just a minute. He and Hendricks, they almost running neck and neck today. Tillman. Yeah. Almost. But with that being said, good bill. I appreciate you bringing the bill. And thank you, Susie, for
Yes, ma'am.
finding me wherever I was to get me to sign on.
Thank you a lot.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Mr. Sells. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for final adoption.
Question for the body's final passage of H. Bill 149. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. HB 149 passes. Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 56 by Representative Hollis relating to motor vehicles.
Chair recognizes Representative Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 56 deal with autocycles, and let me tell you the motivation behind this bill. As some of you know, Richard Walker, and Richard Walker was riding an autocycle, and he slid and hit a tree, which ejected him, and he hit his head. And he was in a coma for almost 1 year. Has awakened now, but he still cannot talk. He does motions, but had he had a helmet on, he would not be in the position that he's in now. So basically, with HB 56, it requires autocycle operators to follow the same helmet and footwear rules as motorcycles. There's no new crimes, no license changes, no vehicle bans. It's basically just dealing with the gear requirement tied to explosive risk. And this HB would also make autocycle riders safer and would reduce the likelihood of death and or serious injuries. And if there's no questions, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the passage of the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR on HB 56. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 77 yeas, 17 nays. The BIR is adopted.
And if there's no questions, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the final passage of HB 56.
Chair recognizes Representative Hendricks of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Madam yield?
Absolutely.
Listen, I want to say this is a good bill. A lot of people don't understand that I would say roughly we might have over 100 plus autocycles or motorcycle accidents a year. A lot of those accidents, some of those motor drivers, they do not have a helmet. So there are some times where I would say the incident itself is sad because one incident, just like yours, I had my uncle, he was driving a motorcycle, matter of fact, a slingshot, doing some stuff he ain't had no business doing, had an accident, and now he ain't here. So, again, this is a good bill, and I appreciate it, and thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 56. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 62 yeas, 24 nays. HB 56 passes.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 21 of the calendar, House Bill number 181 with substitute by Representative Marcus relating to dredging.
Chair recognizes Representative Marquis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 181 pertains to the maintenance dredging of the Mobile Bay Ship Channel. This bill more clearly defines what beneficial use and the use thereof of the dredging material. 70% of the dredged material must be used for such things as land restoration, erosion control, living shoreline, etc. 30% can be disposed of in the current use, current methods. We made sure that we balanced this bill to ensure the port was able to continue to be the economic driver for the state while ensuring that we protect our God-given natural resources of the Mobile Bay and keep Alabama the beautiful. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'd ask for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, there was a substitute. I would ask to pass the substitute.
Please explain the substitute.
Yes, sir. We added language, Chairman Reynolds and the Port Authority wanted some clarifying language on making sure the funds that are used currently do not change and that they are not obligated to the dredge material if it goes over budget. So it just was protecting the general fund and the ports. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for passage of the substitute.
Question for the body's adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 yeas, no nays. The substitute is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for HB 181 to be passed as substituted.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 181 is substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 yeas, no nays. HB 181 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a great day for the Mobile Bay and all of us who love it. Thank you.
Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 277 by Representative Wilcox relating to seafood.
Chair recognizes Representative Wilcox.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chairman. I rise before you today to present HB 277, which is pro-small business, pro-oyster farming, pro-tourism. It simply allows for oyster farmers to allow a tasting, much like wineries, you get a taste of the wine when you complete the tour. This allows the same thing for oyster farming. I did run it by Public Health. They're in support of the bill. They added some language that they felt was required. So I would like to ask for the BIR, please.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavanna Jefferson.
I probably should have waited till the amendments because I think you probably are going to answer it. My thought went to anyone that's allergic to shellfish or anything like that. So will your amendment address, I don't know what the health department issues were, but will that address anything like that or?
No, I mean, the bill was presented with their thoughts on it already. So before I dropped the bill, I consulted with them and they put their language in. So there won't be a substitute. Their language is incorporated into the bill.
That's not what I was asking you. I was asking you, I made comment about, I said I probably should have waited to see what the amendment, I was trying to see if their amendment dealt with anything relative to those individuals who may be allergic and how that process is handled with regards to people who are allergic to any type of shellfish or what have you.
No, I didn't address any allergies in the bill. I would assume that that would be personal responsibility. And anybody that was allergic to seafood wouldn't go on a farm.
Well, no, not necessarily. Now, I don't know about that. Now, people go different places. I mean, people fall dead in airports because they eat some type of gumbo and not realizing that gumbo has seafood in it, or some type of shellfish may have been in there without them knowing it. And there are cases that would show that. So I just didn't know because once I heard you say the health department.
Alabama Department of Public Health. I'm sorry if I didn't say it correctly.
What did you say, public health?
Alabama Department of Public Health.
Public health, okay, but the department, and you may have, okay, so the public health. So I probably need to wait to see then, I don't have a problem with the bill one way or the other, but I was just trying to, just from that standpoint, see what, I probably should have waited for the amendment.
There's not an amendment.
Oh, I missed that. I thought you said you said you had some recommendations.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's my bad. I thought you said you had an amendment. My mind was thinking about recommendation versus, okay, I got it. So what were their recommendations?
They just wanted to make sure that the oyster farmers were not selling oysters on site. So in other words, it's a complement of the tour.
Oh, okay, I got it. So they can't. So why would they have a problem with them selling? Because I think wineries, you have tastings and they're able to sell.
It's a licensing issue.
It's a licensing issue. Okay, all right. Well, that was it. I thought you were going to bring some kind of amendment or something, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. The clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
I move for final passage, please.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 277. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. HB 277 passes. Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
Thank you, body.
On page 28 of the calendar, House Bill number 110 with substitute by Representative Tillman relating to driver licenses.
Chair recognizes Representative Tillman of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. HB 110 is a bill dealing with digital driver license. This bill will require ALEA to offer residents the option to obtain a digital driver license or non-ID card in tandem with a physical driver license or a physical non-ID card. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BR.
Chair recognizes Representative Hammond of Covington.
Does ALEA have the capabilities on their software to do this now, or are they going to have to change all that to do these digital licenses?
Well, from speaking with ALEA, it is some software that they currently are working on to have. So I do think it will have to come with some more technology and more innovations with this, though.
But, I mean, if we pass this bill, is it going to require them to purchase the software to be able to do this?
Yes, it will.
How much was that going to cost ALEA to
Well,
change the software?
Well, the thing is, it's based upon the fiscal note that we have, which will cost ALEA some money. The numbers are not exact, but the language in the bill in the sub, which is if the funding is available, that's something that ALEA actually offered to make sure of that. Also, with this bill, there is a $15 fee, which is the idea to offset any funding or additional funding to ALEA.
Will you be able to use this like at an airport or international airport instead of a driver's license or a Star ID card? I mean, how would that work?
Yes, absolutely. You would be able to use it just like you would with any other driver license. So if you have a digital component, you can take it to a bank. If any place where your ID is required, you can use it because it will come through an ALEA approved app.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hendricks of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Listen, man, this is a good bill. All right. Everything costs money, just about. You know, it is what it is. One thing I will say, there has been several occasions, man, where we on a traffic stop, a lot of people do not have their license on them physically, but you know what they do have? They have that phone on them. So you put that component on their phone to where everybody can be able to provide their license. You know, it's on their phone. A lot of stuff that happens on traffic stop, it will eliminate a whole lot of stuff on traffic stop. So again, this is a good bill. I appreciate it. And if you need anything from me, just let me know.
All right, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
Counselor,
Counselor.
doing okay? Tell me what this bill is about.
Well, it's about creating a digital driver's license for the citizens of Alabama, which will be optional. You have to have your physical ID as well as if you want to purchase a digital driver license, you will have the opportunity to do so.
Okay, so my question on the digital, only thing I want to know is on the digital, that means, when you say digital, that means it's in the system, I can put it on my phone?
Yes, it will be on your phone, sort of like being in your Apple Wallet or things of that nature.
Okay,
also,
okay.
ALEA would create an app that is an approved ALEA app, so you can display it.
And the only question I have on that is this, because I've seen it where, I mean, will that be where banks and financial institutions will reasonably accept them and not if you don't have the physical handheld copy? And that was the only thing I thought about it, because some folks, if it's not the physical handheld license, they won't accept it, period.
Yes, and I understand that concern,
So
but
I
it
just
should
wanna-
be to the point to where it is acceptable. especially once it's approved and it coming from the Aaliyah app.
And the only reason I'm mentioning this, because I didn't know, I didn't pay, really to have, did not treat your bill. I don't know, do we put that in the language of the bill? Because if not, I can venture to say that these companies or these institutions are gonna demand that people have, unless we make it, and that language is not in your bill. And I think we're going to run into an unintended consequence or a situation, because there will be those that will go to those institutions, and I don't know if they will adopt them as a part of their rules, regulations, and guidance. But I just think that may be something as you circulate this upstairs. I don't know who's carrying this upstairs for you when you get it.
No one yet. I'm gonna talk with.
I think you better go back and
Yes.
And look. I don't ever try to say that I would think that like anyone upstairs, but I've just been in this game long enough with something like this that you're gonna run into a bump in the road with this bill. So just make sure you have those safeguards in place, and maybe some language already prepared for that, because I do know you have some institutions will not. I mean, you can have your license on your phone and they will not accept it. So I just want your bill to get out, but I think we need to look at that.
Okay, and I understand
Give
those
some
concerns.
considerations, because I do know they're not going to accept it. But other than that, I support your bill.
All right, thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 91 yeas, 3 nays. The BIR is adopted.
All right, Mr. Speaker, we do have a committee sub.
Would the gentleman please explain the sub?
The sub is technical in nature. The language actually comes from Aaliyah. So for example, if you look at line 17, contingent upon the availability of funds, also on line 19, and additional, and also method. So the amendment is technical in nature, and those were the changes. Also on line 29, a valid, and on line 47, method.
Question for the body's adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 93 yeas, 3 nays. The substitute is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, if there are any more questions, I ask for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 110 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 93 yeas, 3 nays. HB 1110 passes. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
Thank you, members.
On page 18 of the calendar, House Bill number 66 by Representative Tillman with substitute relating to driver licenses.
The chair further recognizes Representative Tillman of Jefferson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 66 bill is what we consider, or what I call the invisible disability bill. This bill right here will require Aaliyah to establish a method for individuals to voluntarily designate on a driver's license or a non-driver's license ID card that the individual has been diagnosed with a certain medical conditions, i.e. invisible disabilities. And what we mean by invisible disabilities, we're talking about disabilities such as autism, epilepsy, as well as traumatic brain injuries and alike. And for that, with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BRR.
Chair recognizes Representative Insler of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
I just wanted to thank you so much for bringing this. I happen to be with a group of young adults this morning that have disabilities, and asked them if there's one piece of legislation they would want, and they literally named this. and to find out that you have brought this bill is great. And what they discussed was that there's situations that they may have autism, something where they maybe don't respond as quickly and are in a situation where they encounter law enforcement or encounter a first responder, and this will help that individual with a disability, and of course, they'll help law enforcement. So I want to thank Aaliyah as well for doing it. This is really a great bill and will help people with disabilities and law enforcement, so thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I thank you. And that's the ideal behind it. The intent is to create that symbol. And Aaliyah wanted to be uniform. So it would be SV on the driver's license with the narrative on the back so first responders can understand if a person does not respond in the manner that they think, they understand that the person is suffering or dealing with a disability.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Hassel.
I just want to say thank you for you working together on this particular legislation. But I want to give Mr. Brian Barton, sort of like a shout out, because he gave me a call summer of last year about his son who has autism. And we talked about it, and you want to add all the mental health issues inside we were doing with the autism bill. But I just want to say thank you for bringing this. Thank you, Mr. Barton, for bringing it to my attention. And then we had a discussion about it, thank you for bringing the bill.
Yes, absolutely. And I appreciate your work on it. And I appreciate him bringing it to your attention and the work that you've done on the bill. So thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I do have a committee sub.
Here to explain your committee sub to us, please.
Yes, the committee sub also was offered by Aaliyah, which is technical in nature. If you look on line 50, they added designation or mark. And if you look on the back page from line 68, 67, 69, 70, 71, we removed the word blindness and deaf because that is a restriction that we already have here in Alabama. So we removed those two restrictions.
Yeah, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the sub. Question for the body now is adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I will ask for final passage.
That is the question's final passage of HB 66 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 66 has passed as substituted.
Mr. Speaker, I also would ask to open up for co-sponsors.
The gentleman's request to open up for co-sponsors. Mr. Clerk. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 59 co-sponsors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 114 by Representative Sells relating to surety bonds and motor fuel assessments.
Chairman Sales, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So related to Department of Revenue, fuel marketers, whether it's gas or liquid, have to have surety bonds. And every 8 years, Department of Revenue reviews these bonds and determines if it's enough coverage or not. So right now, they have 30 days to increase their coverage, and this bill simply gives them from 30 days to 60 days to increase their coverage. That, Mr. Speaker, asks for BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Sales.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
That is questions final passage of HB 114. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 114 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 24 of the calendar, House Bill number 11 by Representative Pettis relating to criminal procedure.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the same bill we passed out of here last year. What this bill does, it denies youthful offender if you're committed the crime of capital murder or intentional murder. With that, ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Would you refresh my recollection on this bill from last year?
What it does, if you commit the crime of capital murder or intentional murder, you cannot apply for youthful offender.
And would you share with me your rationale from last year for bringing this bill?
Started off in Dadeville where the kids went in and shot up their birthday party, and every one of them applied for youthful offender after killing several people.
Dave. Okay, that's what I thought. I couldn't remember it. I just couldn't remember what it was, and I can't even remember my arguments. If I even had any, I don't think I had any objections. It's a very sensitive, tricky subject with regards to youthful offender, and I know there's been an attempt for some years to try to erode what that looks like. One of the persons that was killed in the Dadeville shooting was a very good friend of mine's granddaughter. Very reputable funeral home owner in Birmingham, Mr. Clifford Toney, and we often will talk about, what that was, having to drive from Birmingham to go with his daughter to formally identify, her body. And also, not only that, to bring her body back to Jefferson County for preparation for the funeral. And so I just couldn't remember, and I'm still torn because over the years, when I first came in here, I did more criminal work than I do now, and with definitely modifications to my practice. And I would never want to stop someone from getting a youthful offender if they could qualify for it. But I understand with the gravity of someone committing capital murder and things of that nature. Have you gotten any feedback about this or any opposition?
No, it come out of here and went all the way passed through the Senate committee.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember. Certain bills I can remember, and that's why I always comment. I like to educate myself on what those bills look like, to be knowledgeable, because these are sensitive issues to some versus others. I can't remember if I had a problem with it last year or not, and if I did, I probably didn't speak out against it, but I wanted to get the clarity on the history of it, and I remembered it was because of something, and I think it may have been because of that reason that I did not offer. I can't remember any objections again, because again, that was very painful morning getting that call. As a matter of fact, I was asked to be, there was a scholarship created in this particular young lady that was one of the victims the year after, and I was actually called to be the first scholarship speaker. It was a great event, packed house at the auditorium there. Very well attended. Even some of the students that she would have graduated from, because of course she was not able to graduate because she had been brutally gunned down in that I think it was a Sweet 16 birthday party or something like that. Yep. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was pertaining to that particular matter or situation that had occurred. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. My brother, I just want to ask, I'm not against your bill. One thing about it, I think we voted on it last year and got it out of committee this year. Do you feel that the Alabama justice system is fair?
Sometimes, not always.
So is this the only incident that the judge has made an error in determining youthful offenders?
No.
You got some more data on?
Well, I know of the one case on this is where a guy killed his girlfriend in Cheehaw Mountain, and the judge awarded him youthful offender. And it was appealed to the Court of Criminal Appeals, and they said based on their law, they could not overturn it. But they didn't know why the judge was thinking the way he did. The judge later rescinded his, and the guy was convicted of murder.
So sometimes we do make errors.
Yes.
And the good thing about it that we corrected that error.
Yes.
So I want to commend you for that, because we do have a pretty good justice system in the
Yes.
state. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. Nay, 7 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I agree with your bill, and I'm going to be consistent with what we said last year in terms of our look and our approach to gun violence and firearm deaths, especially dealing with our teens. There are, as a matter of fact, firearms have become probably the leading cause of death for children and teens between the ages of 1 to 19. And our state is not excluded from firearm deaths or injuries in regards to our teens. And so this reflects a high level of both homicides and suicides involving guns. And I know that your bill is in regards to youthful offender status, but I want us to continue to take a wholehearted approach. The gun violence is the byproduct of something else that we're missing or not doing. And the impact that I believe that we can make, we have to find ways of decreasing the gun violence within our state, especially with our teens.
Yes.
Why do they revert to utilizing a gun? Why is that the first reaction? Why there's not conflict resolution in a broad range dealing with our youth? We have the mechanisms in place with all of our schools. If you're a child in the state of Alabama, you must be in school. Why conflict resolution is not a part of every curriculum within our school system?
Yes.
We have to face this issue head on and not be afraid. It's one thing that we can revert to, let's lock them up and throw away the key, or let's put them in jail, let's arrest them. But it's another thing when we take responsibility of why is this happening and what can we do to prohibit teen violence within our state.
I agree.
And I think we ought to really take a really hard look at ways of how we can decrease gun violence and decrease this teen deaths and suicide by guns. It's our children. And we cannot get away with saying, hey, that's not my child, or it's not my city, it's not in my urban area. When as a representative of the state of Alabama, every child in this state belongs to us.
Yes.
Every child in this state belongs to us. Why not take the responsibility and take charge to make sure that we can do everything that we can do as a body to make sure we decrease gun violence within our state? Then we don't have to have a we don't have to have your bill or other bills, because we've done the work that we need to do to make sure that we've eliminated that issue. There are some things that cause this kind of stuff to happen, and so let us not be blind to it. Let us face it head on to where we can make our state the most safest state in America, just like the city of Pleasant Grove where I live, the 6th safest city in the state of Alabama.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for recognition. It won't take long. I just want to say thank you for working with us on this bill. We passed it, I think, unanimously last year or close to it.
Close to it.
And it died in the Senate, I believe. But again, I just want you to thank you for taking the time and coming to talk to us and put a couple amendments on the bill to make it, a little bit more palatable for everybody. So I appreciate your work.
Glad to work with you and Representative Simpson too. Thank you both of y'all for your input.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 11. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
In there. Yes, Jolie. Yes, it's named after. Yes.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 94 ayes, 0 nays. HB 11 has passed.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, House Bill number 89 by Representative Butler relating to elections.
Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill deals with increasing the fees for the city of Gadsden and only the city of Gadsden. It says Class 4 municipalities, which is Tuscaloosa and Gadsden. And also one question I've been asked a lot is if a city grows or gets smaller, could it possibly affect them? The answer is no. I checked with LSA, and it has to do with the way this was set up back in 1985. It only affects the city of Gadsden, and by unanimous resolution, they requested this. It would take the school board and the city council races from $50 to $250. It will take the mayor from $50 to $500. And if you look at it, every one of us in this room, most of us anyway, just qualified, and we all paid 2% of the salary. The mayor in Gadsden is over $100,000. The city council is around $15,000 if they attend all the meetings, and the school board is over $10,000. So, if they were paying 2%, so even at $250 is very affordable, and this does have an indigent provision so if someone can prove they're indigent, and it has to be 130% of the federal poverty rate or less. But with that, I move for the BR.
That is questions adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 88 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted.
I move for final passage,
That's
sir.
questions final passage of HB 89. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 65 ayes, 0 nays. HB 89 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thanks the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, House Bill number 225 by Representative Smith relating to education.
Representative Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 225 simply standardizes the amount of time that vacancies in education have to be posted. This would go from 14 days for administrators, like superintendents and central office workers, to 7 days. It would standardize all positions to be 7 days with the exception of a superintendent, which requires 30 days. With that, I'd ask for the BIR.
That's question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Smith.
If there's no questions, I'd ask for final passage.
That is the question, is final passage of HB 225. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 225 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, House Bill number 105 by Representative Gidley relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Gidley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just read quickly an excerpt from the page on the front here of this bill to give you an idea of what this bill is about. This bill would rename the crime of transmitting obscene material to a child to the crime of aggravated grooming and provide that a person commits the crime of aggravated grooming if he or she transmits by any physical, electronic, or digital means material that depicts sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of initiating or engaging in sexual acts with an individual under 18 years of age. To me, this bill goes along with the bill we just passed earlier from Representative Simpson that would protect our children for those that would want to entice them through either electronic means or through any other means into either sex trafficking or sexual exploitation. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I would entertain the BIR.
That is question before the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no questions, I'll ask for final passage.
If that is questions, final pass HB 105. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 105 has passed.
Thank you, body.
Thank you, the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 29 of the calendar, House Bill number 168 by Representative Keel relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Keel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill we passed last year in the House that provides an exemption to the loitering bill if you're wearing a surgical mask, and it requires the person to ID themselves if they are wearing a mask.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 89 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted.
Call for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
You had this last year?
Yes.
Did you bring this bill last year? I think we talked about this.
Yes, ma'am.
If a person other than the loiterer, this is basically focused on the person that's loitering or in the position in the area that has the mask on. Did I read that correctly?
Well, if you look on page 3, line 76 says a person does not commit a crime. And then if you look down at line 83, that's what we're adding, is wearing the mask. So you're not committing a crime.
So 76 does not commit a crime.
That's right.
If he or she is doing any of the following,
That's right.
even though they may have the mask on.
76. So 76, you're not loitering if you are at a masquerade party, if you're in a public parade, or we're adding if you're wearing a surgical mask.
So I think I know we had this conversation. I think it was something about, suppose I'm just an onlooker, standing on the street, watching whatever's going on. Am I considered loitering?
You're still not loitering. That's
I'm
an
not
exception.
loitering.
We're not making the affirmative that you are loitering. We're saying you're not loitering.
Making sure.
Line 76 says that.
I don't know why I keep. A person does not commit a crime on us if he or she is doing any of the following: going to and from, participating in, wearing a medical surgical mask during any protest or assembly for the purpose of complying. Maybe that was where I had my question.
Yes, ma'am.
So the person that is wearing a mask, and the reason being with all of the controversy that we're hearing today about people having masks on, not having masks on, law enforcement having masks on, even though we're dealing with this today, just wanted to make sure that somebody just generally present who medically may have that is not going to impact them in any negative way.
This does not create another form of loitering. It is an exception to loitering. It does not create another form of loitering or illegal activity.
So the ultimate goal is to do what?
The ultimate goal is to clarify that if you're wearing a medical mask, you're not loitering, and if you're wearing the mask, you must show yourself if a law enforcement officer asks you to. You must identify yourself.
So you may be approached by law enforcement if you happen to have a mask on, and they may
Identify yourself.
have you to identify yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Now explain this bill again to me. What are you actually doing? Because I'm really kind of concerned about this, where we are allowing masks to be worn and citizens are being hurt. That bothers me. And now we are saying that citizens, don't have any rights to wear a mask? Is that what you're saying?
This is saying the opposite of that.
Huh?
This is saying the opposite of that. It's the opposite of what you just said.
Okay.
So I can read it to you.
Yeah, read that to me.
Okay. So a person does not commit a crime under subdivision A4 if he or she is doing any of the following. So they do not commit a crime if you're doing any of the following. This is current code. 1, going to or from a masquerade party. 2, in a public parade. 3, which we're adding, this is what we're adding now, you're not committing a crime if you're wearing a medical or surgical grade mask during any protest, demonstration, or other public assembly, and so forth. And if you're wearing the mask, if an officer asks you to identify yourself, you show your face.
Okay, and if the officer is wearing a mask, should not he show his face?
That's not what this bill contemplates.
But should not that be the case if the officer is wearing a mask?
I'm not sure that's the case. Because they're not the one that needs to identify themselves.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that the citizens don't need protection from some people. I'm not going to necessarily say that. I was an officer. I never wore a mask. I wore a badge and a nameplate. I identified myself whenever I was involved in any sort of actions of that nature. So I understand what you're saying, but And I guess I really don't have a lot of problem with it. I just think we need to, as we bring these, think about what's actually going on in our society. Because it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. And you and I both know it. If morality is going to ever stand up, you and I both know it. I hope you and I both know it. I really do. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, didn't you bring this bill last year? It died in the Senate, or what happened?
Sir?
It didn't go forth in the Senate?
It didn't.
A person that wear a mask, will they be criminalized? Are they protecting their health, or do I lose my right because I got to show you that I have a right to wear my mask? Medically speaking.
This gives you the right to do that and not.
I already
be
got
charged
that
with
right.
loitering.
I mean, I got that right now. If I want to put a mask on, I can put it on right here and right now. I mean, I don't have to explain why. So what you're telling me that this bill going to give me what I already have?
It exempts the medical mask from loitering.
It exempts. What other mask can you wear then? It's not a medical mask.
Well, this bill does not contemplate that. It just contemplates a medical or surgical mask.
So if I refuse to not comply, I'll become a criminal, right?
Not for wearing a mask.
But what's the purpose of this bill?
Purpose of the bill is to exempt from the loitering statute if you are wearing a medical or surgical mask. I can share it with you if you want to see it.
I'm listening to what you're saying. Why do I need to be exempted from wearing a blue mask or a black mask or a white mask or any color mask? A lot of people wear masks, match their clothing. It become a part of their decor. And so this bill will exempt who?
It will exempt anyone.
Why do I need an exemption?
Well, this bill codifies that if you're wearing a surgical or medical grade mask during a protest, a demonstration, or other public assembly for the purpose of complying with documented guidance, then you are exempt from that loitering statute.
But however, it will allow law enforcement officers and owners of property where the masked individual is located to require that individual to produce documents, medical guidance, providing the individual wearing the mask for the purpose, and require the individual to remove their mask so they can identify. Now, why is that necessary?
Why is identification necessary?
Yes.
Well, if a law enforcement officer wishes to identify someone, it would be very difficult to do if there's a mask on.
No, I just give you my ID.
And that would be acceptable as long as you can identify the person, match the facial recognition to the ID.
But what's the purpose of this? I mean, why we need it? Why we need this now?
Yeah, well, the purpose is just what you just said. When you show them your ID, how do they know it's you if your face is covered?
Oh, why would I have somebody else's ID?
That's a good question. Why do you? Would
you have anybody else's ID?
No, you said. Why would you? I'm asking you.
I'm using me as an example. Why would I need someone else's ID? I'm who I am. I don't need to perpetrate being nothing else. It take me all day to be me.
That's a great question. Why would you carry somebody else's ID?
And I don't know why is this bill necessary? That's what I'm trying to find out. Why we need it? I'm not filibustering. I'm just trying to get some information that I guess I'm not going to get anymore. But and the next question, will I be, since I'm using myself, will I be criminalized if I don't comply?
Yes, the statute says that you will identify yourself.
See, now I think that's an overreach with what you're doing, and because I'm looking at examples of what's happening in our nation now with people, masked people, you don't know who they are. So I don't know if this is a reason why, because of a demonstration, a protest, is this why you're bringing this bill? It has nothing to do with health. It has nothing to do with provision of sickness, preventing sickness.
This bill is to clarify that if you're wearing the surgical or medical mask in a protest, that you're to identify yourself.
So I guess I have to come in here tomorrow with my mask on, Mr. Speaker. I really can't get the rationale of why, but I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're not saying too, but thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Leader Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for General Year. So I was looking at this. It appears that you're actually providing an exception. So really improving the current law that's already on the books from 1950s. Is that correct?
I don't know when it was originated, but yes, I am trying to improve the law that's already on the books.
Okay. And so I think one of the other things for me, and I'm glad that you're trying to provide some exceptions, and I do know that the law hadn't been necessarily enforced up until this point. And so I think for me, if there's another pandemic that happens and individuals need to be able to wear masks, especially those with certain underlying health conditions, how would this, because sometimes they don't wear like a surgical mask, because there are some PPEs that are not necessarily surgical masks. A surgical mask is typically worn by a physician in his or her practice or in a hospital or what have you. And so I don't see anything in here that addresses like if the state health officer or the president of the United States talk about suggesting and encouraging folks to wear masks, it doesn't appear to be covered in this particular piece of legislation to exempt them from being arrested and loitering in general. So I'm just trying to make certain that, and I understand that you're trying to make an exception, but from a broadening standpoint, broadening it a little bit more so that individuals, if there is a pandemic or some of the sort, that the state health officer and or federal government decides that, hey, folks need to mask up. How do we? Because it doesn't address it in here, so I'm just trying to kind of speak to that.
Well, this does only it only applies during a protest or demonstration, first of all, and so it doesn't apply to anything else.
So if there's a pandemic and someone conducts a protest and there's a protest going on, and I have on a non-surgical mask, then I'm subject to.
It does not contemplate that. This bill does not contemplate that.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So I think I agree with the exceptions, but I think that from an exception standpoint of a non-surgical mask in case of a pandemic or anything that's pushed by the federal government is saying, hey, you need to be careful and we need to do A, B, C, and D, and this encourages that you wear a mask during that time.
Yeah, this bill does not encourage or discourage anyone from wearing a mask. Wear a mask if you want to. If you don't want to wear it, don't wear it.
But it's also limiting it on the type of mask that you can wear, though.
Well, it's not limiting the type of mask you can wear. So what this is doing is providing an exception for these particular masks.
So why don't we expand the exception for non-surgical masks that's not a T-shirt or a bandana or something of the sort?
Well, that's the thing you get into is what is a non-surgical, what is a medical mask, and so these definitely are, because that's what the medical folks wear.
But the masks that we wore during COVID are not considered surgical masks.
That's right.
So if I'm wearing a mask,
maybe they did good, maybe they didn't. I mean,
do what now?
I would say maybe they did good, maybe they didn't. I'm not sure they prevented a spread of anything.
No, I mean, we're getting into the science part of it now.
Yeah.
I don't think we want to get into that. But what I'm saying is the type of mask that can be worn should not be limited to a surgical mask, because during COVID, there are individuals with with a high risk that were encouraged to wear certain types of surgical masks. And there are other individuals, like when we walk in the chamber or somewhere or at church, there's a mask that you have that's not considered a surgical mask.
Those are not places where you typically have a protest, though, like at church or in the chamber.
I didn't say that. I'm just giving an example. It doesn't matter where you're walking around the street.
Yeah.
You're still wearing a mask that was encouraged, that was also deemed as a mask that will help you prevent you from the virus, that weren't a surgical mask. So if we're going to dictate exactly which type of mask to use, I just think that if we're trying to and I'm not sure where you're trying to get to, and like I said, I'm not certain of that. We've not talked about this, but I think that the type of mask, we shouldn't be specific about what type of mask providing the exception for a certain type. I think that gets into more of a vending issue at that point. But I just think that for me, someone wearing a regular mask that protects them, it doesn't necessarily have to be a surgical mask. What if surgical masks there's a back order on surgical masks? Then what do you want them to do at that point to protect themselves?
Well,
not protest. I guess it seems like the goal is to keep them from protesting. Is that the issue?
Well, no, this bill does not go that way at all. I mean, it is just exempting the surgical and medical mask, and if you're wearing it, to show yourself to an officer.
So what I'm saying is, other masks that can be worn that's not surgical. I don't know if you've ever worn a mask or not when we were dealing with COVID, but there are masks that weren't considered surgical masks that I think should be acceptable in some prevention or protection from getting the virus.
Yeah, we wore masks in here. You probably
that weren't surgical.
We wore a mask in here when we were here during the COVID session. I mean, when we came back to pass the budgets,
and they weren't surgical masks.
After the budgets, after spring break, when we came back during COVID year, we were all in here with masks on.
Yeah, they weren't surgical masks.
I don't know.
No, they weren't. I can tell you that. From my office standpoint, the doctor wears surgical masks.
Sure.
And oftentimes, surgical masks sometimes come with additional protections. And so I think for me, the mask that you and I wore during COVID is a mask that also can protect us from the spread of a virus.
Maybe.
I don't know. Come on, Jamie. So I think I'm getting somewhere here. I think I really feel like what the intent is. It is not necessarily on the surface, but I can understand that where you're going with this. But I'm just saying that for the protection of people in general, I think that we have to have some type of consideration into those masks that may not. If your intent is for folks that are trying to hide their identity, you are using certain type of masks where they have the neck guard and the only thing you see is their eyes. I think I'm not necessarily against that, but I think that we got to be more open to trying to actually solve the problem or allow people to protect themselves with something that's not a surgical mask as they did during COVID. So that's kind of where I am.
Okay.
And so I guess a non-surgical mask that's a regular mask like you and I wore is not, in this bill, is not acceptable.
Well, I'm not making a judgment on whether it's acceptable or not. I'm just saying that in this bill, we're accepting. They're not currently
So why can't we
exempt at all.
accept the masks that were the other masks that were used during COVID?
But we're in this bill, we're exempting masks that are not exempt at all right now.
I understand that. What I'm saying is we shouldn't pick and choose the type of mask that every person should have on, because we know that from a PPE standpoint, the back order, there are certain masks that we couldn't get for months, right? And those were surgical masks, right? And so I think that if we are limiting it to just a small group or type of mask, that we're not solving we're putting folks at risk in case of an emergency or some type of pandemic. That's all I'm saying.
I don't see that argument, but it's yours.
I understand that there's this movement out here of an anti-masking movement out here, but I'm just not trying to feed into that narrative, because there are people that lives really saved as a result of it. And so I think when we're thinking about limiting things to certain type, and I know you would never do this because I know you, but sometimes I don't want to make certain that we're not steering people in a certain direction to certain vendors. And I know you would never do this, but I'm just saying the appearance of it, we just want to make certain that it's broader than what meets the eye.
No, I think there's multiple people that make medical masks and surgical masks, and I think that We saw a proliferation of that industry during COVID, so.
And I'll be
we're
interested
making
in your
medical-
definition of medical mask. And is that defined on the type of mask that's worn? Surgical masks they're in their own class.
Yeah.
But
And the
medical
gentleman's
masks-
time has expired.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Reverend Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, Leader Daniels is tall.
Just a couple questions, not too much. So within the bill, I know you're trying to say that, you know, if the people who are protesting, if they have a mask on and an officer walk up to them, they need to be able to identify themselves.
Sure.
And I totally agree with that part right there. Maybe the bill shouldn't have been attached to what it's attached to, the provisions that's already put in place, because when I go and I look at it and it starts talking about loitering on page 2, so now you're saying like if somebody have on a mask and they're asking for money because one say loitering remains or wanders about in a public place for the purpose of begging. So if they're asking for money, this is just not pertaining to protests. So that's why I was saying I don't know if it should have been in its own form, because now I just think that you're gonna have a whole bunch of unintended consequences that's gonna come along with this. The second one is loiters or remains in a public place for the purpose of gambling. So now you have on a mask and you're gambling in a place, and if the police is there, which most of the time they have their own officers with their own rules and laws, but this is actually saying gambling.
But you understand that this is an exemption to all of those things you're saying. This is exempting medical or surgical mask from all those things.
So if you have on a medical mask, none of this applies to you if you are loitering.
Well, all that you're describing is
But
describing what loitering is.
But that's what loitering is based on the
And
bill.
what this bill does is says what loitering is not. And that's on page 3, line 76. It says, although all of these things that you just read are loitering, here are the things that are not loitering. And if you read those,
Going to a masquerade party.
it's not loitering.
Okay, but I was talking about gambling, prostitution, and stuff like that. But let's keep going. Participating in a public parade.
Is not loitering.
Wearing a mask grade during any protest, demonstration, or other public assembly. That's not
That's not
loitering.
loitering. Mm-mm.
Okay. On the request of a law enforcement officer or representative of the owner of the property where the wearer is present during the circumstances. All of those are not loitering. But when you go to the definition of loitering, on page 2, so you saying going to a parade is not loitering. A masquerade ball is not loitering. But when you go to page 2, section 1, it's telling you what a person commits the crime of loitering if he or she does any of the following.
That's
so are you saying that section 1 does not matter? Because you just gave me masquerade balls and parades, but this under section 1, it has the definition of loitering, and that's comes with the purpose of begging, gambling, and prostitution.
That's all long-established code. This bill is not changing that.
That's
at
why
all.
I say I think sometimes like it probably was attached to something that you might want to readvise or something. because you're attaching it to loitering in the sense of if a police officer see somebody, two or more gathered together in a setting and saying, we will, but prostitution, right? So now they get to stop and ask them if they have on a mask, depending on what would be the initial contact for that. That's why I was just saying, I just think that if you wanted to do like a standalone bill to talk about face mask and being able to, for you to be able, the police to be able to identify that person, because if you have a group of guys like my husband, my husband's not a little man, so he wears face masks, especially when he's cutting grass. So sometimes the gentleman across the street cuts his grass at the same time. He's not a little fella either. So if you got 2 or 3 of them standing together and they have their face mask and they talking, and a police officer pulls up, can they, based on this, have a conversation and ask them who they are? That's where profiling come in place.
Yeah, only if they're in a demonstration and wearing surgical or medical masks.
I totally get what you're saying, but I'm just saying it's attached to something that's saying something different, even though that's your intentions. But what it's attached to is unintended consequences that's gonna call for, because who is going to actually make sure that the police officers understand exactly what it is that you're trying to convey versus what the law actually says about loitering?
Well, the officer will have to follow the law just like they do on every other law.
Exactly,
That'd be
and
their
based on this in Section 1, if they following the loitering law, this would make them able to stop them if they are standing together and they have on a face mask.
This doesn't add anything to the loitering law.
No, it does not.
It exempts, it takes away from it.
It takes away parades, masquerade balls.
Right.
But it does not take away from somebody standing, we saying somebody begging, somebody gambling, prostitution, and then we're giving colleges the ability to be able to extend or make it more extensive based on no criteria. That it's just if they feel like they want to make some more or put some more strenuous policies in place, that they have that right, because we're not telling them what it is that they can and what they can't do. So and again, I totally get exactly what it is that you're trying to do, being able to identify somebody, but the unintended that's attached to it is going to make this a very, very, very profiling piece of legislation. I know you might don't think so, because you don't have to worry about profiling. Have a good one.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my concerns are when you talk about surgical masks and medical masks. Were those N95 masks, surgical or medical, or the little pleated masks that people buy all the time? Will they fall into this category of being surgical or medical?
I would assume that you're talking about like an N95 mask.
Yeah.
I think an N95 mask would.
Because that's my concern, because you still got people now in a whole lot of different situations that still wearing masks, even in their car. And those in the N95, I see that a lot now, and I see the little pleated mask, and I don't know if they come under medical or surgical masks. So, you know, maybe we need to at some point clarify that, because I understand what you're trying to do. It seems as though there's something on the books that needed clarifying, and that's basically what you're trying to do, is to clarify plus add surgical and medical. And my biggest concern is what all do we put under that to be comfortable with the types of masks. You know, because now we have, it's just a climate that we're in now, that we just need to know what is the definition of those, and do they actually come under what you're trying to do.
Okay.
So I don't know at which point we could do it, because that's something that needs to be done when we're looking at it. And looking at so many, even with law enforcement, I have a problem with them wearing masks when our policemen and our sheriffs, our state troopers, they're out there doing their work and exposing themselves all the time, and they're not allowed to have a mask on. So I think we just, at some point, we've got to go back and do a little more definition, because I think most of anything could come under medical from the perspective of what a person is trying to accomplish. If a person has a breathing problem of some odors, they might wear the N95, or they might wear the little pleated mask to reduce their impact from that. So I just think we just need a little more clarification of what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Chair thanks, lady. Chair recognizes this lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want some clarity, because I've heard so many discussions, and times have changed, if you have not realized it. I've been in this world 70 plus years, okay? It has never been in a situation like it is now. I don't go anywhere without my birth certificate and my passport, because I don't want nobody stopping me, telling me that I'm from Haiti or anywhere. It's a bad feeling. It's a very uncomfortable feeling. Another situation, as you talk about the mask, I suffer with long COVID. I'm supposed to wear a mask really 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But my doctor has given me permission to not have to wear it in here, because as I look around, all my colleagues seem to be pretty healthy. But she says if I see anybody coughing, sneezing, or anything that I think is hazardous to me, I got to put on a mask. Now, will your bill, if I'm in a crowd or something like that, and I have to put on, and those is usually when I have to put it on, when I'm in strange crowds, will I be any way affected by that?
If you are in a protest, or if you are in a demonstration and you have on a medical mask, you are not loitering.
I am not loitering anytime. So if I decide to go and jump in and join the kids in riots, I'm okay, because it's a medical surgical mask.
Yes, and if a law enforcement officer asks you to reveal your face for identification, you do that. That's the two things the bill does.
It gives that right, because like I say, it's never been that I'm in America and I don't feel free anymore. I really don't, and it hurts my heart that I can't feel comfortable like I used to feel comfortable in this country, because I'm constantly trying to be on guard of violating, or somebody coming violating my rights. And if that's the case, I hope it holds true. Thank you.
Chair thanks, lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Lord have mercy. Listen, Keo, how you doing?
Great.
You said great. Parker, what's wrong? What's funny? I don't know why y'all always like y'all are trying to prepare for what I'm gonna say. I told y'all I usually get gaveled down at least 1.5 good times. I'm gonna see if I can make it this last year of the quadrennium.
You're on the downhill stretch here. I mean, we're almost done.
Oh yeah, I'm almost. But I will be back next year. With that being said, there has been so much robust conversation. You said you carried this bill last year.
Yes.
Now, you know, I pride myself, but I have had so much going on. I told you I was dealing with somebody, I think it was Simpson, witches, warlocks, demons, and devils, and imps over the past few days. So I've been a little bit preoccupied. But with that being said, I serve a God that'll deal with it all. So now I'm getting back into formation. But with that being said, this bill you brought it last year? And will you refresh my recollection, please? As to what this bill did? I'm
Sure.
trying to figure out why, get back to the consternation over the bill. Because let me just tell you what mine is. You know, I've never, for 16 years, I've never come down here to ask you all not to do nothing. I'm not that person, I'm not that girl, I'm not. My job when I come here is not to ask you not to do something. My job is to reveal what you're doing. And I think I've done a pretty good job with the number of sound bites I've gotten over the years. And I think I've done just well with that. But with that being the case, I think what gives me consternation as I was listening, and I have not, again, those things I don't have time to treat, I let y'all know, and when I come to the microphone, I think I ask you and you give me a good answer as best you can. But I guess my concern is with so much that's going on, and I listened to, I think, Peblin Warren a moment ago, and she mentioned she has a degree of unreadiness regarding masks, and I think she says she carries her birth certificate and passport, all this stuff. So I just started having some nightmares, and I just said, Lord have mercy, we're dealing with situations right now, and of course Minnesota, and issues of masks, and those folks that are ICE agents or whatever I call them ICE men, not ICE agents, but the ICE men, and all of that. And then I started thinking about all of the situation with the COVID, and my thoughts on COVID was this: if you don't want to wear a mask, don't you wear a mask. But if you get to the hospital and you need saving, I think you need to go somewhere else, because that's your choice. I don't knock what people do. I have friends who didn't believe in the mask. They didn't believe in the vaccination. So I don't argue, and my uncle ran a shot house for years, and he always said, he never pours the liquor. And we grew up saying, well, Uncle, why? He said, no. He said, you know your troubles. Because I'm not worried about you cheating me out of that little bit. But you got to come back. So with that being said, I guess trying to get the clarification on this bill, and I guess for me now is try to figure out, there is a reason behind it, but what is the real reason? I asked this question last year on a bill. I just simply asked the question, what is it about? What is this bill about?
So this bill exempts the surgical or medical mask from the crime of loitering. If you're wearing a mask, it says you're not loitering in a demonstration or a protest, and you must reveal your face if an officer asks you to do that.
If you're not in a protest?
If you are in a protest.
So if you're in a protest, the officer can ask you that anyway. I mean, they can ask you to remove your mask anyway. there's nothing that would preclude an officer, especially even if they're temporarily detaining, not even necessarily detainment, but if you're right there in the conscious presence of the officer, he or she can ask that anyway. And if that person refuses, and especially if they make a motion in that refusing, they could possibly be arrested for resisting arrest or some type of interference with governmental operations. All of those things. There are a number of laws that can be charged to a person in the conscious presence or during a stop or what have you of law enforcement. So I guess, why do we need the law? It's what I'm just trying, and I haven't spoken with anybody about it. I was just listening to the robust conversation.
Sure.
And I just know if you all are bringing this law, it is something behind it. And again, I asked this question of an entity, just somebody, a sponsor of a bill a few months ago, and I just simply said, what is the bill about? And I asked it in honesty.
Well, there's evidently some vagueness in the bill. I'm not sure what an officer can do, but this would clarify
Well,
that
I'm
they
telling
could
you
ask.
what he can do. I can tell you right now he can do it. He or she can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure he can. The judgment call of the officer as they are perceiving a situation or circumstances. Now, do I just think somebody's gonna, unless this bill has to be specifically for a specific instance for a specific person somewhere. That's number one. Now, who, what, when, where, and how, I do not know. Maybe tonight or tomorrow, like with all y'all bills, and I say have that aha bingo moment, and I get it. I remember when I first got here, there was a bill, at that time, I think Orr carried a bill to remove the racist language from the Constitution. The bill failed. It ended up passing, but after I realized, and I made some calls, and I said, oh, no, there's a little line in here, and that is going to touch on the fact that somebody's going to say we don't need to do anything or have to offer public. It was something. But that referendum on that particular ballot failed, ultimately, as folks really began to say it. There's always a reason behind something you all bring. Again, I don't know what it is on this one. I can't remember what my position was on this bill the last time. But I certainly know law enforcement does not need this bill if they are stopping you or they are in, because A, they're gonna ask you most of the time for your license if it gets to that. And then of course, they can ask you to take your face shield off as they look at whatever form of identification that you have. And if it is an extenuating circumstance, then they can ask further to try to identify you. So I do know if that were the case, they can do that, and they don't need legislation to do that. And if they can't, it's something wrong with the system, because I did work as a public defender when I first practiced the bar. Started practicing. And I handled a whole lot of municipal court cases over and over for about 5 years. So I know it can be done. So again, I don't know what this bill is about. But I do know one thing. If y'all bringing it, there is a reason. I just don't know how to crack this code, but it will hit me, and I'm going to go back through every word in this bill until I figure out, and just as I matched up the dots on the other bill, that it was dealing with the affordable health care. In the end, that's what it was.
Well, this is a short bill. It won't take you long.
Yeah, that's the worst kind. I've been here when we've had an 8-page bill that left this house and came back down. I'm telling you, almost a book. And there are no simple bills. And whenever I hear anyone say, oh, this is a simple bill, nah, there is no simple bill. I've been here 16 years. I've seen it all. I've seen a 1-page bill come back as a whole novel off a 1-page bill, 2 sentences. So with that being the case, I will try to crack the code tonight to see what this is all about. But law enforcement already can do this. So I don't know who this is for, but I would like to know at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Hopefully I won't take the whole time. I'm not in a filibuster mood or nothing like that. I'm just really trying to get clarity on why we doing it, what we're doing, just so I could just have a better understanding, because I'm almost 1,000% sure I had something to say about this last year, and I know it passed, but I'm just trying to understand what exactly are we trying to do with this legislation, and why did it come about? Like, how did we get to this point?
Well, of course, like I said, I did not say it was simple, but I did say it was short.
Okay.
And so if you got the bill, we are only further exempting an item from the loitering bill. And that item is if you're wearing a medical or surgical mask during a protest or demonstration, then you're not loitering.
So you're saying but I guess the part that's kind of catching me is, like, if you look at page 4, line 85, it says that the purpose of complying with documented guidance of his or her healthcare provider to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. And further, if you go down to line 88, it says that you have to produce these documents in order to be able to wear the mask. So
like a doctor's excuse.
So you have to have a doctor's excuse to wear a mask at a protest?
Yes.
That's okay. Why are we doing that? Like, why do we feel that we have to regulate a person's freedom to peacefully protest to the point of saying that you can protest, but you got to have your doctor's excuse if you're going to wear the mask to the protest? Like, why are we putting all these layers on probably adults? Why are we putting these layers on responsible adults to say, and that seemed like a extra burden on law enforcement to say, I want to see your doctor's excuse to say that you can wear a mask during this protest. It seems like a lot of just extra layers that we're putting out here that when you read into the legislation, it's kind of like, what's the purpose of this? Where did this come from? How did we get to the point of saying that you have to have a doctor's excuse because you have some type of, and it's not just any doctor's excuse, it's saying documented guidance of his or her healthcare provider to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. So not only do you have to have a doctor's excuse, sound like you have to have some type of infectious disease to go along with the doctor's excuse, to go along with the mask, to be in compliance. Like, how do we get to that point?
It is a narrow exception.
Very, it's a lot more narrow than when I initially read it.
But you understand, currently they're not accepted at all. There's no exception for it at all currently.
It doesn't appear that it's an exception now. Even by adding this, it doesn't appear that it's an exception because of how narrow that you're saying that it is.
It is. It's a narrow exception.
Very, very narrow. So who exactly would this benefit?
Well, it would benefit the person whose doctor told them to wear a mask. It's who it would benefit.
How?
Because they could wear the mask without fear of being charged with loitering.
So you're bringing this bill to protect the person that possibly has an infectious disease, that went to the doctor, that got a doctor's note to say that you can wear a mask at the protest. That's why you're bringing the bill?
This bill exempts from loitering if you're wearing a surgical or medical mask, as long as your doctor has prescribed that.
How do you verify the doctor's note? What would be the process of doing that? How would we know, as law enforcement, how would law enforcement know that this person has the authority to wear this mask at this protest? How would they know that? Because even like right now, doctors, depending on what it is, doctors can't even write prescriptions. So depending on what it is, how would they know? How would law enforcement verify that?
Well, doctors provide documentation for other things, such as if you have a handicap sticker in your car, they provide documentation for that in some form. So doctors do provide documentation.
So this will be equivalent to the doctor's documentation for handicap?
I'm not saying it's equivalent. I am saying that there is document required for a handicap sticker, for instance.
Okay, so let's just say that this happens. Will the police officer call to verify that this person actually had? I mean, the more I think about this, it gets even more insane because we know what HIPAA is, right? If a person has an infectious disease and they're wearing this mask, would their doctor be able to tell the police officer that this person has an infectious disease and that's why they're allowed to wear this mask?
I'm not
Probably
sure.
not.
Yeah.
So that would just invalidate the whole purpose of even having a doctor's note, because a doctor can't tell you what the diagnosis of this person is that they wrote the note for to be able to wear a mask during the demonstration in the first place, which they should have the right to do anyway because it's a peaceful. I want to hear what he told you to say. Go ahead. You can go ahead. Go ahead. No, he can tell me.
I got
Go
most of it. You don't have to have a diagnosis to be allowed to wear a mask.
No, this right here says that you have to, the purpose of complying with documented guidance of his or her healthcare provider to prevent the spread of infectious disease, law enforcement officers may require an individual wearing a mask under such circumstances to produce documented medical guidance. Documented medical guidance. That does mean that some type of diagnosis. If I'm not sick, I wouldn't have documented medical guidance. So somebody would have to give some level of documented medical guidance because somebody reached some level of diagnosis and felt that this person had some level of infectious disease, which continues to violate a person's constitutional right. It's like we're violating a person's right to the peaceful protest part, but we're also violating their right saying that they have to, you're telling a person, I have to tell you what's wrong with me. You're telling me that I can't voluntarily disclose to you what's wrong with me, but I have to tell you what's wrong with me if I'm gonna have this mask on. I have to show you why I have the right to have this mask and why my doctor said that I have the right to have this mask on. It seemed like it just really complicates things. And I know you say that it's very narrow, but why? Why is it narrow? What was the point of bringing it for it to be narrow? Because even with it being narrow, it appears that this is targeting a select group of people. If it's narrow, then that means it's not broad, it's not for everybody, it's for a select group of people. So I know we only got 1 minute left. I didn't think I'm not coming back. I'll tell you that, I'm not coming back. But let's just how do we get there? So I feel that 1, it's a violation of their constitutional rights to a peaceful protest. 2, it violates their HIPAA rights because you're forcing them, if they have a mask on, to disclose to law enforcement why they are ill, because they have to produce some type of medical documentation from their doctor to say that they have some type of infectious disease to even be able to wear the mask in the protest in the first place. Now, I feel that as this body, we should give people more freedoms and not do things to take freedoms away from people. And it sounds like we're giving freedoms to everybody except for the very, very small group of people that you mentioned, that this is very narrow.
Gentleman's time has
group of
expired.
people. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rango, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the gentleman yield.
Sure.
You know, as he was asking that, I looked back at it, and this made me think about if I decide that I want to protest some actions that are going on in this state, and I suffer with sinus. I suffer with sinus. And in order to prevent me from being out there coughing and stuff, I decided to put on a mask. So now am I a criminal because I've joined a protest with a mask on? Am I deemed a criminal now? I don't have a doctor's diagnosis, but I suffer with it and know I suffer with it, and I want to prevent the sinus issue that I have. Am I a criminal?
This bill exempts surgical and medical masks only in this situation. It doesn't contemplate any other move. So what's legal now will be legal otherwise, except in this situation.
Okay. But it was, as he was mentioning, and maybe on page 4, that's where it talks about you got to have, and this is added verbiage. It talks about you got to have documentation and stuff of that nature, that I have sinus. Well, I don't have any documentation that I'm going to be able to carry with me and prove that I have sinus. So now am I a criminal?
It's not exempt now. It's not explicitly exempt now. This will explicitly exempt this in this situation.
Okay. But my question is...
But you can give 50 examples, and unless they are this, they're not exempt now.
Okay. My question is, if I don't have a doctor's documentation and excuse for my sinus issue, but in order to participate in the protest, it might even be in the spring, when I know I suffer with it more than any other time, I choose to put on a surgical mask for my own protection. Are you making me a criminal now?
I'm not making you a criminal.
But you're saying my actions are making me a criminal.
If it's not exempt now, it wouldn't be exempt otherwise, except in this situation, this narrow definition.
Okay. So you're saying, but see, that's the problem. When you make it so narrow like this, then you are taking away the discretion of common sense. That's what you're doing. You're putting it into a place where people have to have all of these things in place that the average person isn't going to have in place.
But there may be a misunderstanding that we are, in this bill, making it illegal to wear masks.
Well, maybe that's why I said maybe I'm misreading it. But you keep saying that in this narrow circumstance. And I'm telling you, my issue is not going to fit in that narrow circumstance. Right now, if a person is wearing a mask in a protest, nobody even bothers to worry about it. But when you open it up like this, and you open up this can of worms, then you open up scrutiny. That's what you open up. And then people become criminals simply because they are trying to protect themselves. That's what, based on what this is saying. And you're saying, well, it's already, it's already that. But this narrows it down to specifics that if we have an unscrupulous law enforcement person, they would say, if you don't have this and you are wearing a mask, Now, I'm wearing it for my own protection. I know my body. I know my health. Now you are saying you're giving them reason to tell me that I cannot wear a mask for my own protection.
This bill is not affirming any other loitering. All it is doing is exempting this form that could be contemplated as loitering. If you had on a mask and you didn't have an excuse and you didn't show yourself, then that is an issue with this bill. That is the issue with this bill.
Okay, so if I have on a mask, you're saying
You have on a surgical or medical mask,
for my own personal health that I got on my N95. Okay? And like I said, I don't agree with something that's going on, and I choose to exercise my First Amendment right to protest. Now I'm becoming a criminal if I don't have a doctor's excuse in my pocket with me.
this bill exempts, if you have a medical mask with your doctor's excuse, doctor's guidance. It exempts that from loitering.
Okay. And so how do we read that then? How will law enforcement interpret that when they address me who don't have it they're going to take this and say, that's a reason to harass me and prevent me from exercising my First Amendment right. That's what will happen. It may not happen to you, but to me it'll happen. And these are the kind of things that people need to start thinking about. There are other people involved and live in this world and want to be a part of this America. But apparently, we're not welcome. And the things that whenever we call it to task, that's a problem. And people try and develop ways of putting people in these boxes. And it's not right, and I'm trying my best to make sure that the truth is spoken here on this floor. So, I understand that I'm going to have to vote against it. I was ambivalent about it initially, but after thinking about it and really looking into it, there's a trap for a certain group of people. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of HB 168. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 71 ayes, 27 nays. HB 168 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 28 of the calendar, House Bill number 154 by Representative Lee relating to criminal procedure.
Chairman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just about forgot what my bill was about here. Today, as a police officer pulls someone over, the only way that someone can, under existing law, individual may only be arrested on an out-of-state warrant. Now, only can be arrested on an out-of-state warrant if the individual has been charged with a crime that is punishable by death or life imprisonment. What this does, it changes it to if they have a felony on them from out of state, they can arrest them. We passed this same bill last year. So, Mr. Speaker, if I'm able to get the BIR passed, I want to substitute the Senate bill. It's already passed all the way down through the Senate. So I ask for the BIR.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For clarity's sake, if the policeman stops the person, how do they know they got an outstanding warrant?
They run a check on the driver's license and their name and see if there's a felony on them.
They can run a check on their
Yes,
driver's
ma'am.
license. They could do that now.
They can do that. They can do it, but if they find out they have a felony, then they have to go a step further and see if it's a punishment by death or by imprisonment for life.
Okay.
Now,
The reason
this
I
bill-
say they can do that now, an officer stopped me for going 1 mile over the speed limit, and he was asking me for my insurance. I said, well, I got it here somewhere. He said, well, I'm gonna go and check for it. He stayed in the car, forever.
He was checking to see if you had a felony on you.
Yeah, but
No.
he came back and said, you know what? I can't check for that, none of that. I was just sitting in the back. So I was just wondering if they realistic had updated their equipment in their cars so that it's connected to a base where they could
They
look
can,
for the information.
and I'm not that familiar with it. Someone that's an officer here, they are able to run a check on it, radio, and find out if there's a felony out on that person. Yes.
Okay, so that's how, because reading this, I just want clear if you're talking about a current warrant for some crime that they had committed, because even in the synopsis, it doesn't make it.
It's current. I mean, if you have a felony and you're out and,
Yeah.
and you're in the state, and by law, they can't arrest that person now if they're from out of state, this will change that.
That'll change that. Okay, I was just looking for the clarity on it because I was reading it and saying, well, somebody could have been convicted and might have served their time, but the synopsis don't give you that level of clarity on
They'll
it.
figure that out. Once they've done that, then
They do and
that's it.
and they have the updated equipment
Yeah.
in their cars now that they could do that.
Right.
Okay, so that 1 mile over the speed limit, checking for my car insurance that they really didn't do because he said he couldn't do it, but took my time up and gave me a ticket anyway for 1 mile over the speed limit.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your thanks, lady. You recognize the lady from Jefferson representing the van.
We passed this bill out last year
We did.
without any objection. I must not have been here, but I got a bill in
I'm
your
sure you
committee.
supported it.
You know what, Lee? I have to honestly say it's only 4 of us left that was from our class, and soon to be Terry won't be here next year, and folks trying to stop me from being here, but I'm coming back. But with that being said, I don't think I've ever had any objections to. I don't know. I can't remember you having too many bills, and that was even before you were chairman. I don't think. But on this one. What's the rationale? Because now I do take issue, especially domestic violence charges. I mean, even if it's not on a felony level, I mean, we have some bad actors that have misdemeanors out there that probably need to be taken into custody by somebody because they 9 times out of 10 always have some other something else going on. They are bad actors even if they hadn't been arrested for it. So that's the only thing that gives me pause. So what's the rationale behind it?
Well, they're going after those with felonies. Now, if you want to add misdemeanors, we'll need to do that next year. I don't want to we're too far along.
Well, first of all, let me back you up. Now, let's put a colon or a comma there. I ain't tell you I want to add nothing.
Okay.
I asked you the rationale.
Well,
APT done left because I wanted to go back and roll the tape on what I said, but that's not what I said. I just said it gives me consternation that there are so many bad actors out there. There are so many, so why are we limiting it to felons only? I can't believe I said that, but it has to be a rationale. Help me understand.
I'm not sure exactly why. My thought is that there's a arrest warrant on anyone, it should fall in that category, but this ends up being a felony. Live in Dothan, we're 15 miles from Georgia, 15 from Florida, and guess what? We have some of these cross state lines every day, And right now, they can't arrest them under a warrant that's in Georgia or Florida or
Now, wait a minute,
anywhere
so
else.
your bill does what then? It allows for them to be
It allows
arrested?
the state to arrest them or hold them until they contact where they have the felony.
Oh, I misunderstood it. I thought you were saying that it would disallow that. That's why, oh, okay.
No.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm good then. I thought that, okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm like, what in the heck is going on?
No.
Yeah, I mean, you have listen, we had an educator last year, been on the job for, I don't know, however many years, ended up being a freaking murderer from Georgia and then worked in the system for I don't know how many years in Jefferson County. And I think my colleague Tillman was one of the lawyers they consulted with, but I was like, how in the world did that happen? So I never would want us not to. Okay, I got it. Now I'm like, what in the world? Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. I appreciate it, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
All right.
The question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to substitute this bill, HB 154, to Senate Bill 114. It's passed in the Senate floor. It's identical.
Everybody's heard the gentleman's request. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It has been substituted.
Move for final passage of
We have to do a
SB.
BR.
I'm sorry, we got to do a BR. That's right. Move for a BR.
The question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 99 ayes, 1 nay. The BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
I move for final passage.
That is questions final passage of SB 114. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 114 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Clerk, let's call back up SB 56, please.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 56, a constitutional amendment by Senator Woods relating to Walker County.
Representative Barnes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 56 is the Senate version of HB 209, which was passed last week. I introduced it, it passed last week, and it freezes the assessed values for homestead.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the local bill. Clerk unlock machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 69 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted.
Move for final passage.
That is questions final passage of SB 56. Clerk unlock the machine, the members will vote. Requiring 63 votes. This is a local CA. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. Whoa, I almost pulled it too quick on you, didn't I? 65 ayes, 0 nays. The bill has passed. Question now is local application. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 42 ayes, 0 nays. SB 56 has passed. Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle. You're at the wrong mic.
I've been told the people over there can't hear my announcements, so I'm going to switch. Remember, we have 3 tours of the State House. These are the last 3 available. Tomorrow at 12:15, at 1:45, and at 2:30. If you haven't been, you would like to, see Michelle in my office. At 5:30, our illustrious speaker and the President Pro Tem of the Senate will be at the Alabama Association Realtors office for the Yellowhammer News event tonight. And don't forget Alabama State University's reception from 5:30 at the Nest at USA Stadium. Nurse practitioners, legislative reception at Ravello. And tomorrow night, the legislative reception for the port from 5 to 7 at Ravello. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move we stand in we leave the journal open for the clerk to complete his paperwork, and we reconvene on Thursday at 9 a.m. Move the House stand in adjournment.
All those in favor say aye. We are adjourned.